Welcome to Saturday. Welcome to Film Club. I am wearing Jay's favorite team in baseball, Boston Red Sox. The only team I actually have about baseball, but Sandy might be pissed off by that because I'm not wearing her team.
That's okay.
That's okay. Well, that's okay. I do have. I might reveal a better shirt underneath this later. Dun dun dun.
As long as it's not a Yankee shirt, we'll be good.
Yeah, really. We can both
I think Sandy and I can get right. We can both agree there.
We can both agree on that.
Well, I might get educated on the divisions because this is an Atlanta Braves movie. They are. I looked at it, a National East. Is that right? Something like that. I can't remember.
League East. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. This is where the dumb English Brits might get educated on the game Rounders. Is that right? Is it Rounders? It's baseball. Yeah, so we're going a little bit baseball today. Now I must say, this is trouble with the curve. Now I have thrown a curveball here because I picked this movie. So the Brit picked this movie, and the Americans who are into their baseball didn't watch this movie. So this is going to be a bit of fun. Now I might back off a little bit here, but now this is Clint Eastwood, directed, written partially by, and acted in. So this is going to be a good one because I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of discussion about the movie, the baseball, and the film. Now I'm going to go by the film. I'm guessing there's going to be a little bit difference here, literally. So this is, as I said, this was my curveball because this is a good Saturday night put it on movie. So we're going to find out now. Before I go into the movie, how are you two, be Sandy?
I'm doing just great. I'm having a blast. The weather's wonderful. I'm getting ready for my trip to the UK. I think for this review, we may have wanted a different format for at least for the visuals here. I had suggested at a very late notice, so sorry, that we needed a counter. Not like a death counter in Elden Ring, but like a cliche counter. I'll just leave it there and we'll talk about it later. Over to you, Jay.
I'm doing well. Happy to be here again for another film club. This was a movie, and I'm looking forward to getting into it.
This is literally I'm going to say this is my left of field. Is that be right?
This is definitely out of left field.
That was good. That was good. This is my So that was good. So I can see this happening a lot today. So yeah. So okay, let's get into the movie. So it's a Clint Eastwood movie. It's like that. One of his a kind of dramatization sports movies that he does his dramatization. So the movie starts kind of like this. I always say with this movie, this isn't a Bull Durham. It's not one of those ones. It's not heavy into the sports because the first thing you get is the opening sequence is with you get like an old, I suppose, house. The memorabilia is on the wall, the baseball's on the wall, and then you get Gus, who's portrayed by Clint Eastwood, who is our leading scout at the Atlanta Braves. So you find out, but he's having a little bit of trouble. He's an old man, let's say that. he's having trouble with his prostate, his bladder, whatever it is, and he's finding it hard to pee. That makes him a bit of the best politest way is an angry old man. Let's say that he hasn't got tolerance too much. And then you get the next scene, it goes into his job, and it's at a baseball stadium. Now, which baseball stadium? I don't know. This is where I might hand over, because now we get into, he is scouting. He's got his other scouts there. They are all having a bit of a laugh. They're all elderly. Now, I must say, we spoke about this earlier before we get onto the problems. We spoke about this on one of the earlier movies where we all like Moneyball. Jay, you came out with Moneyball is probably because there's too many geeks, too many computer science, I suppose, game now. Now, this one reverses it.
Yeah, so this, I did like that about this movie, how it sets up kind of the difference in opinion between what we like to call the nerds in baseball, which is everybody with the advanced analytics, and the baseball purists, which are the, you know, old, angry kind of guys who are just stuck in their ways. They view baseball as it's always been, since it's been America's pastime, and don't really want to change much about the game or how it's scouted, how it's played, kind of the whole deal. Moneyball is a great movie to me because it really explores that side of why it was worth bringing analytics into it. But this movie does kind of touch on the idea of why analytics don't really tell you everything that you need to know. You know, you can't just look at the numbers and assume you know everything about a player. And for that, I think it's a interesting for a while, especially in this era, because this was 2012. So Moneyball would have been like the year before this. You know, analytics in baseball was really starting to boom. It had already been in place since, you know, that 03 team with the Oakland A's and Billy Beane, and then where it became kind of famous. But then the year after that, my beloved Red Sox would actually put it to use with a team that had a slightly bigger budget so they could kind of play that statistical way, but also pay for people. And it worked, got championships, the whole deal, and it became hot. But around this era, the whole story inside of it became really big, even in terms of what they were talking about in sports reporting and all that. So to see this movie be kind of in that 2010 to kind of like 2015 era of the real boom of advanced analytics and have this opinion of it was interesting. Because at the time it was more popular to do the Moneyball style movie that glorified the introduction of it and how brilliant it was.
Yeah. So I think this story goes and tries to do a bit of, I suppose, heart, because we find out Gus's character. I'm guessing some I can't remember what they call it later with the eyesight. So he instantly there's the pitcher and the batter. I'm guessing that's the right term. He diverts something. It's like he has an eyesight problem. So it's like they show it in and out.
Glaucoma. Yeah.
Glaucoma. So like instantly, you know, straight away that this scout, who this is his livelihood, and I like that, has an instant problem. An instant, there's something wrong, you know. So like that, and then you go. It sets it up quite nicely. Is then you go straight into finding who don't know he's his daughter, but it's easy to work out. Amy Adams is I don't know. I don't know if they said what city she's in, but she's in a high, I suppose, legatical firm for a lawyer of some sort. You know, like she's doing legality of things. We don't know what, but she's up there. She's quite high up, and then she's also in touch with her dad. Let's say that is the best way to do it. So she's also there. So you see her having her little dinner with her dad over a counter. He's watching baseball. I think it's baseball on the screen. I don't know who the things is. And they have a bit of back and forth, but I'm into the game. And then she says something. He kind of like doesn't really pay attention. And then she kind of goes. And I kind of like that because it really does set up the relationship. It's a bit disjointed, I suppose, like that. There's love there, but it's a disjointed kind of love. So I like that.
He's definitely you get the sense pretty quickly that he's emotionally unavailable type of character. Your old angry character like that. You kind of figure out he's been raising her on his own, at least for some portion of his life, or her life, rather. Not, you don't know exactly what. Later you'll find out exactly how long, but you get the idea that it's a strained relationship, but one that the relationship is still there, and they both make an effort, even if it's a bit of the minimal effort on one's end, versus hers. But it does set up a nice dynamic. Being that Clint Eastwood was, can very easily play the angry old man. It comes off, pretty well, even if it's not maybe his best acting effort. I think it does still at least have that angry old man vibe to him. So you could believe.
But they got a good, like I say, like that. There's a good cast there. There is a good cast, and I think they did it quite. I don't disbelieve their performances. Let's say that. But yeah, it's a good. But yeah, I think straight away you see the development of the father-daughter relationship it's a bit odd. It's a bit offish. Let's say that. So yeah,
it's a bit off, but it's also I'm putting my little cliche ticker in the chat. The first cliche being the old man who's getting too old for this stuff, and the second one being the young upcoming partner who's the only woman who's up to be law partner. I feel like this film is 10 years too late. Like, this is 2012. That would have been a big deal in 1990, like when LA Law was on television and the Susan Day character was rising up to be the partner, right? That was 1990 or something like that. This is 20 years too late. It's the whole I haven't worked, I haven't had a day off in 3 years. Well, neither have I. I mean, literally, neither have I. This trip I'm going on in 2 weeks is the first day I don't like her. And I think right away, I don't like her. And I know that he's not been the greatest dad right away, but, we'll see a little later. But oof, I don't like the beginning here. I really don't. It doesn't put our
really.
yeah, I don't like the way it sets up our characters here.
There you go. Might have a different opinions here. Let's see different opinions. So we get that, and then we get back onto the Atlanta Braves. They're like, I'm guessing it's like the GM office, the scouting office.
Yep. It would be GMs. They're having a meeting coming up.
And we get introduced to our villain,
Shaggy.
Shaggy. He doesn't actually play a bad villain, but he is I suppose the analytic nerd. He is all about the numbers that come out of the machine, because like as Jay said earlier, this is now. Is it still? I'm guessing it's still prominent in baseball. It's all.
It's massively prominent. So now, in my personal opinion, it's starting to reach the point where it's hurting the game a bit. You're starting to see the game played differently in ways that aren't as fun. There's not as much manufacturing runs through strategic play on the bases and base running and getting hits. It's just like homers or strikeouts type of thing. It's really kind of crushed the fun of the game, at least for me, because I came up in the middle of both kind of opinions on it, analytics and the old school way. I think there's a place for both, but I personally like to see more manufactured runs, more the chess game that is baseball versus just, you're hitting it out of the pocket or not type of thing. But
you're here. And I agree.
Right. And then there's other things too. But in terms of the pace of play of the game and all that, but in terms of the advanced analytics side of it, it's reached the point, especially for my Red Sox, I think they're way too invested in it. But a lot of teams are like that. It comes down to analytics and money at the end of the day. So it's definitely become a little bit too much.
That I remember, being in person, for a game. So the best plays I remember were not the home runs. The best plays I remember was watching Tippy Martinez pick 3 guys off in a row on first base. Right? He ended an inning. All 3 outs were pickoffs. That's just unheard of, or a really amazing defensive play by Cal Ripken, or, just something, or, someone, Adam Jones in center field, throwing an unbelievable throw from dead center field to home to get the runner out coming home and pitching a strike from center field. Those are the things. I don't remember home runs. Don't remember.
No, but especially nowadays, because it's just so like oversaturated with them. I know they were exciting for a point, and I get all that, especially, people look at the steroid era and Barry Bonds and all these guys. And like, I know that was exciting, But once everything's, either a strikeout or a home run, it's too much saturation. It gets boring. Nobody remembers it. They don't stand out the same way,
It's true.
Base, like you said, base stealing, all that side of it. That's the fun side of baseball. That's just, heavily affected by all these analytical nerds, as they like to call them.
So you get the analytical Shaggy. I actually can't forget his name. Well, every name is Shaggy. Come on.
Don't
Well, I can't remember
either.
his name.
Robert
What is his name?
Matthew
Yeah,
Lillard.
Robert-
Matthew Lillard.
No,
No, but
he's
what's his-
Matthew Lillard. Yeah.
What is his name in the movie?
Oh, in the movie, I don't, Sean, maybe.
Shaggy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember.
From
hearing
now
his
on,
name.
he's going to be Shaggy. Come on, that's it. So anyway, there is a director of scouting, John Goodman, a very fat one. Like, I'm guessing this is before, like, he lost a lot of weight.
He did. He
must
did do
have.
some weight loss.
So this has got. I'm guessing this is like the last movie we see him at this unhealthy level.
He was
'Cause
even
after that,
bigger
he
than this,
literally-
though.
yeah,
Before
was he?
this
Yeah.
film, he was even bigger. Oh yeah.
So so he's now he's just, I'm guessing he's had surgery because he was a big man. Like there's some unhealthy weight loss in that time scale. Like but fair play, he's done too well. But this is and he's got a small role, but I think he did well in this role. I must say that. I think his performance is quite good. Like you can see what he's doing with the role. And all that. But he is the head of scouting. So he has with our Shaggy. That's it. He has the back thing, and we have a Terminator as the GM.
Yes.
So that is good. We're getting into, like, if I could write this movie, it would be a different movie. So you can see the nuance there. But literally, so we've got our trio that I suppose at in the offices, and then we've got, of course, Gus, and who is out in the field, and he has these other ones that are there, and they don't actually say. There's some older scouts there. I'm guessing they're all from the other franchises, I suppose you want to call them in America. I'm guessing that's the best way.
Probably,
franchises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most likely become friends over the years.
Yeah, so they've come out of that, and then you kind of get some Gus is going back to kind of, I'm guessing you're gonna call it, is it minor league or what's the one like the next level down?
So he's currently in this movie scouting mostly high school baseball.
Yeah. He's below.
So-
Yeah, but when he goes to see Billy, he's one he picked.
That's right. So
he
that
goes-
would be, judging by how bad the kid is playing, sounds like he's probably in single or double A, but one of the farm system leagues.
Okay, I'm going to be dumb and I'm going to explain.
So three,
I do.
one's the lowest, then two, then three, then you're in the majors. So the further down you are in that list, the
So if
closer
I have to be retard, if Premier League, First Division, Second Division, Third Division.
yeah, essentially, so you just keep.
Yeah,
But
okay,
but the difference being, well, no, I guess because in those divisions, all there's all developmental. Well, I guess because those.
Oh, this is where it's going to get
Well,
interesting.
in EPL, because of regulation, it's really clubs like as an entirety moving forward. It's more like if you were to look at Manchester United's development leagues or development teams, like the under 18s and that kind of stuff, where it's within each. So the Red Sox have 3 different teams in development, one in each division: single A, double A, and triple A, where you would then move players up, depending on their skill level as they progress. So it'd be like if Man United, for example, would have, their under 18 team squad, where they're not really up at the big levels yet, or their development. I forget what they call them. Is it development? Not development.
Yeah,
Academy, like the academy, or
yeah.
things like that kind of level, where it's these young players that you've drafted or have interest in, that you're kind of putting through the ranks, going up level to level. So you start in single A, depending on how you are. Like you might come in, get drafted, and play straight into triple A. Or
okay, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask a question there. You're I don't know. You're a 25-year-old. You got injured at 20, and then you come back and you're okay. So you can't join that league. What league you in? What do you do?
So say you were in the AAA, so right before you get up to the majors, and you get up, you're a 25-year-old young player, you get up to the majors, you're playing a few games, it's your rookie year. If you were to get injured, the team has the choice of whenever you're back to bring you right back to the majors and put you right in, or what a lot of teams will do, especially with pitchers, to kind of get them ramped up. Even your starting pitchers who have been stars in the league After injury, you can always put a player down into AAA or one of the lower leagues to get a few games at that level, kind of like scrimmage to get your body back right, make sure everything's working, and then you go up to the majors again. So they can use it like that as well.
So, for example, I don't know. I'm guessing there's a big signage. I'm guessing it's more than you see in the first round of the draft and afterwards. Like, let's say I get signed as an 18-year-old. This is more interesting.
You're not going to get signed as an 18-year-old, but let's pretend.
Okay, let's pretend.
You're going to go into the developmental leagues in most cases.
Okay. So I get signed whatever year it is, like as a Red Sox. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I do a year in their first development league.
Well, it depends.
I get injured, and then I have to take a couple of years out. What do I do?
No, you're not gonna.
Yeah, it
You're
depends.
Not gonna.
It kind of depends on the pro. Like, say if you're an undrafted signee, a signing, you're a young guy out of college or whatever it is.
Confusing. I love it.
You don't get drafted, but you're a player team still has interested in. You're going to be a lower value prospect anyway. So if you end up getting into, you would get signed to be on their farm system. You'd likely, because of that fact that you weren't drafted, you'd be in single A. So you'd be at the very start. If you're a rookie who gets drafted high in the draft, you're going to go straight to AAA because they're figuring you're pretty much ready for the majors. They just want to see you down there first. So if you're in that case that you're explaining, you'd be a young guy coming in who they really don't have much faith in. They're kind of taking a flyer on you. If you were to get hurt, you're likely just cut and dropped and they move on, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but if you're
get hurt at that age, you're not. I mean, it's going to be in football. The analogy would be RG3, Robert Griffin III, who was a quarterback for the Washington Commanders, and he got injured, and he insisted on continuing to play till he injured himself to the point where, this amazing prospect and cool player was cut.
Right.
Starting quarterback for an NFL team. So
once they lose value in your year, but they will give, depending on like what kind of player you are coming into the league, they'll give you more chances depending on the investment. So say you are like a high draft pick. If you come in, they put you in AAA. So, just to test you out before you go to the majors, say you get hurt, you need Tommy John surgery, you're a pitcher, whatever it is. Because of the value they put into you and the prospect you were, they're willing to wait out that injury for you to come back. And then you just come back to AAA, you get yourself warmed up and go. So it's all about the kind of value they've invested into the player.
Okay. I'm going to ask another question. So what about the players that were missed? Like, we have two great examples. I'm going to say the English Premier League and it's probably the English First Division at the time. Ian Wright and Jamie Vardy. They were picked up in their late 20s. They weren't scouted and then they got signed. Does that ever happen?
Typically, like, there are players who are still in like the single and double A leagues that are a little older than just your younger players. Like, they've been trying to find a spot.
No, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. But they're in the AAA. I mean, I'm guessing they're like these. I'm talking about lower leagues, like in the English thing, are like you're way down. You're playing Sunday, like, and there's no crowds. You're playing Sunday league football. It's literally you're playing open fields. Like there's no crowds. You're playing for fun.
Oh, there's crowds. I'm going to wait until you two finish talking about this, but then I'm going to tell you about what minor league baseball really is.
No, but I mean, even below that.
So there's nothing professional above. I mean, nothing professional below that.
I'm saying not professional. They're doing it as putting your kit, meet up your mates, and you're playing.
No, there'd be no scouting of anything like that. Scouts would
really nothing. There's the scouts wouldn't even look at them.
No,
so there could be. As I was saying, there's no.
You have to at least be active in at least.
There's no
because of college.
There's no hidden gems.
Right.
Because of college. College is not an affiliated minor league for baseball, and it's kind of like basketball and football. Their minor leagues are really the college system. So when you think about baseball, has an entire minor league farm system, and they can also look into the colleges, thousands of colleges. So there wouldn't be a need to look for talent. Also, there really aren't organized baseball leagues. There are organized softball leagues, but I'm not. I mean, Jay, I'm not familiar with too many organized baseball leagues.
Is that the same? Sorry, I'm just going to think. Is that the same for American football?
Pretty much. You really have to kind of stay in it. Yeah, you kind of really have to stay in the sports, like career-wise. For baseball, it's in the minors. For the NBA, like in some level of it, even if it's single A, for the NBA would be that what they have is called the G League, where they do sometimes G League teams will hold open tryouts and people can come by, but it never results in much. Football doesn't really have it. You know, you could look to the CFL, the Canadian League, and the XFL, USFL that they've had the past couple of years. A couple of players have made it into the NFL, you know, that way. But typically it comes down to kind of remaining in the league. The NFL, for example, has what's called a practice squad. So they have their 52-man roster and then a practice squad full of players too, which those players kind of stay working for the team, but any other team can sign them if they want to. There's no contract really that keeps you there.
I'd say their wages got to be terrible.
In the game.
Yeah,
they're playing for their livelihood, like in those
cases,
cases, like to the survivals, right? And they pick up other jobs.
So they're kind of like part-time,
right?
But
it's like there's things in there that kind of keep, you know, these fringe type of players, you know, still in the game. And maybe every so often you hear a story like, oh, this solid player came out of the G League, or you know, a story you didn't see coming. But for the most part, it's kind of just a way for these guys to continue to try to live out their dream and see if they can make something happen, but rarely does. But in terms of like off that amateur stuff, no, you kind of have to stay attached to the sport in some way, even if it's developmental leagues or practice squads or things like that.
And you need to get you need to get drafted? Is it drafted, or like we call it transfers? And like,
drafted.
You get drafted up. Is that right? So you could be in like affiliated to a different team, and then you get drafted into the upper.
So you get drafted initially, and they'll decide where to put you in them. Like say the Red Sox, for example, draft a player. They decide which league they want to put him in to start his development and all that. Or they, for example, and I believe I'm right on this, I could be wrong, but I believe you can draft high school players, but then they still go off to the college that they plan on going to kind of continue to develop there and all that. So like there's that option as well. But if you were to say draft somebody and put them onto one of your farm system teams, it's just a simple promotion they can decide to do whenever. They'll just say, oh, yeah, we're promoting, you know, John Smith from single A to the AAA Sox. And
we're calling him up.
Right, we're calling him up.
Say, we're calling up so-and-so.
And then once they get up to the
you see that like you see that in other movies that we're sent. Sorry, we got too many. Was it too many players in the clubhouse?
In Moneyball, there was that one. We got to send you down, and that was a veteran. So that's an example of somebody who's in their 30s who might end up in the minors league system because he's a roster casualty that they don't necessarily want to get rid of because God forbid somebody gets hurt, you need him back or a veteran presence.
Yeah,
but you're in the way of somebody we just brought in. We got too many players. We're going to send you down, and so it's roster manipulation as well.
But also, like to the pool of talent, like James, the other piece is, you know, we talk about the minor leagues, we talk about the colleges, high schools. There's also the Caribbean. There's also, to some extent, Japan, but we send more players to Japan than they send. So baseball teams are scouting everywhere, and they don't
South America's
to have South America. So to have a walk on is just not going to happen.
Right.
It's just not going to happen.
I was just going to say, sorry to cut you off, Sandy, but that's a great point. Actually, that's maybe something similar to kind of what you're referencing. But even then, you know, it's still professional. Like baseball in Japan's a really big thing. Like it's a massive professional league. It's not quite, you know, these guys just putting a game together and, you know, in random spots. It's obviously definitely a lot more professional because it's huge over there, and there's other leagues that are big too. But that's another kind of place where older players can go try their luck over there and see if they catch some buzz that MLB players start looking into them again. I don't know if you've ever watched.
So like, is it like the Americas, I suppose, like that, the North Americas is the most money driven. That's it. And the other leagues is Japan. Like if I had to be naive, and I'm going to be, is Japan and Cuba. Is they like, can you get a lot of Cuban players come over? Is that like that? Like, but then like Japan is quite good money, but like it's the difference if you can get into the Major League of Baseball is literally it's astronomical.
I would say Japan, as far as I know, I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with enough South American leagues to be honest. I only know Japan because it's so prominent. So they're a fairly large league and all that. In terms of the South American leagues, I'm not sure which country has the best. But I do know a lot of players from
didn't Japan
and
Japan the actual, you know, the didn't they beat the United States in the
God, what are they? The World Baseball? Well, they might have. Honestly, I'm not even sure.
But that's Little League.
No,
we haven't even talked about Little League yet.
Japan is very prominent in baseball.
Now, this is actually quite interesting because this is going to be a backstory like that, and I'm hoping I'm a little bit. There's a lot of things, and I'm hoping chat you're staying with it. So like that is very different, especially if you're not used to that kind of college draft system. I suppose you both know the athletes that were at your college, I suppose, like that, or high school, who might get there, I suppose, like that, and that was their dream. But yeah, it's so different. It's so different for a European because we have like so many different sports, and that system isn't here. It's very bizarre. It's very like you don't have to, I suppose, go to college. You like we get people assigned when they're like 8 years old in football, at least. So like cricket, a little bit older, I suppose. Like rugby, you're looking at 10 maybe. Like
No,
that.
we
So
don't have
yeah,
10 and 8-year-olds being signed.
yeah.
Yeah,
But they
Galadorn, you're right. The Dominican Republic, absolutely. Dominican Republic, Cuba.
really.
Where was
Oh, yeah.
St. Thomas, like the whole
Mm.
Caribbean? Because when you take a cruise and you go to the Caribbean, you'll see all these ball fields named after major league players because they donate money back to their home. Like so, Rod Carew, wherever he, God bless Rod Carew. I don't know where you were from, Rod Carew. He's no longer with us. Elrod Hendricks, who was a coach for the Orioles, I know that was St. Thomas because that was the field for him. So like, yeah,
David
all
Ortiz,
yeah,
Red Sox hero.
Now James. So
Yes.
I said I did want to share a little bit because you made a comment about being at the minor league games with no one there. Oh no. Because the minor league system is, you think about the vastness of the United States, right? And only some cities have a baseball team, and some cities have more than one baseball team. So maybe somebody will correct me, but I'm assuming there are probably only maybe 29 or 30 cities that have a baseball team because some cities have more than one baseball team. Let's forget Canada for just a minute. So in small town America, baseball still means something. In small town America is where you find the minor league teams, and that is the place to go. So not only do you have really cool you have great crowds, but you also have a cool, I don't want to use this word, I'm trying to look for a better word, gimmick. It's not a gimmick. You have a really cool, unique selling point for each of these minor league teams. So for me, the Baltimore Orioles farm teams include the Bowie Bay Sox, which are very close to me, like literally a 10-minute drive to go see Bowie, and that's a AAA. So if a Baltimore Oriole gets hurt, they go down to AAA, and hey, if you've got tickets for that game, you might see a major league player at that game. Plus, they have like a carousel for the kids, and they have a really cool contest in the between innings and all kinds of fun giveaways and stuff. Out in Frederick, Maryland, are the Frederick Keys, named after Francis Scott Key, who wrote our national anthem, because that's where he was from. I think that's a AA team. And we also have over on the Eastern Shore, we have the Blue Hens, or so we've got all.
Sorry, Sally, before you go on, can I just literally, I'm going to be able to say, but you're on about like the Blue Hens. That was the last thing you said. So I'm going to look at the Blue Hens. Now, in Europe, and I'm guessing the chat will know, wouldn't it be good if the Blue Hens got that good, they could get into Major League?
No,
so why
because
can't
the teams are the composition of the teams are shifting constantly. And see, the thing about baseball, and to me, any team sport, is that you've got to play together as a team. And in the minor leagues, you've got players coming in and coming out and coming up and coming down. So
yeah, but if they stayed there, that's what I'm saying. If they stayed there, you built a team.
But they're the Baltimore Orioles.
Right.
They are the Orioles.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but if they didn't filter them, like I'm guessing you used to call them farm club, like the farm things. If you had a thing and they became better than that team, well, why can't they go up?
It's because of essentially the fundamental idea behind what these teams are. They're not necessarily like all the talent that's put down there is of a certain level that it'll essentially never has a chance at being good enough to.
If they get good enough, they're going to get moved.
Yeah, that's right. But that is because you're going individual players get picked out, not the team.
Well, right, because that's essentially because the whole point of their existence is to be that. It's essentially meant to be the stone that sharpens the axe. Right. It's essentially the stone that sharpens the axe. You keep sending down axes into this stone to be sharpened. So every time they're sharp enough, they move up a level. The intention of
if they're not, they go down a level.
Right. So the intention of the intention of these teams is never really that they're in competition to move up. They're essentially crafted so that majority of the league is just there to be a training ground for the good players to come up from them, type of thing, if that makes sense. And they're all like involved. They're all essentially owned by, if you look at the Red Sox or the Orioles as the mother company, it's all basically partner or, companies under the umbrella. Each of these teams is just one company under their umbrella, meant to see how many of the employees from these areas are good enough to come work for the big boys, type of thing. So it's in versus, football in Europe, where all these teams that, they have their individual developmental teams and academies and all that, but they're all fighting to gain enough talent and keep enough talent to get better and move up, because it's about the team moving up, whereas in this, it's something totally different. It's designed just to be a training center.
It is so, like literally that moment, because I'm so much of like, if I don't know, I'm just gonna sorry anybody who supports them. I'm just gonna Sutton United. Sutton United is a lower league club, and there are people who support Sutton United, and their kids will support Sutton United, and they're probably the only way Sutton United will get higher up is either they're going to get bought out or they're going to get the FA Cup run, where any Sutton United could get drawn against, as you said, the Man United. They could do that in the first, and then the big boys play the minor things. But it's literally, it's so like that team could be there. Like Preston North End. Preston North End was a great team in the late parts of the 19th century. Now they were second division, now they're first division, and they probably will never get to the Premier League. But at the time, they were one of the bigger clubs. They were a big clubs, that Midlands thing. They're like, and it's just weird now, like that. Like I like mine is like that club can't get to there.
Right.
It's like a great one. I'm sorry, I'm talking about football. Wimbledon FC got completely taken there. And it happens a lot in American sports, as they're called. They're not called, I suppose, are they just called franchises? They call clubs.
Yeah, you just call them franchise.
Yeah, franchises. So you could have, here we go, Sandy. Is it Baltimore?
So the Baltimore Orioles is the franchise, and then they have the entire farm system plus the Orioles. The Orioles being the major league team.
Okay, but they could get moved to Salt Lake City.
Oh yeah, because what the Orioles are today used to be the St. Louis Browns prior to 1954.
There you go. There you go. So that could literally happen. It could be reasons why new owners. There could be new. The crowds have gone down in their home stadium.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Yeah, this happened kind of in a way to a team called Wimbledon. Wimbledon were in the Premiership. They got relegated down to I think it was first division, whatever at the moment, not Championship. But then they allowed them to get moved to the Milton Keynes. You're about Wimbledon. Everybody knows Wimbledon. The tennis. So it's London into the Midlands. So nobody's going to travel that distance, even though it's probably like, in the same thing. It's probably like the short distance of a county in America.
Probably.
But they were thinking, probably. But that stopped because they took their identity away. They took their trophies away. They took all their club things. They ripped them up. There's MK Doms and Wimbledon. What happened is, because all the fans got pissed off with it, because the Football Association let them do it, they then invented AFC Wimbledon. And AFC Wimbledon now, because of the fans, because of the money the fans put in, are better than MK Doms. And it's like that. So they're like above them now.
That will happen with teams in every sport in the United States. I mean, my Colts are in Indianapolis now, and then now we have the Ravens and all the Colts.
But do you follow them? But do you follow?
Some I think do, but not always. Yeah.
Because what's the sorry, I'm going completely off tangent.
Yeah, we are.
We are really about not. It's really off tangent. But what's it? I
love good sports talk.
Is it Raiders?
Well, yes, that's actually what I was going to just say. Was so the Raiders were originally Los Angeles, then Oakland, then now Vegas.
Las Vegas.
And some of their
But then they
true
switch
fans have
from
always held on
then
to
they
it.
go Oakland's Las Vegas, back to Oakland, and then to Vegas.
Mhm.
They
No,
switch.
well, they were LA to Oakland and then to Vegas, and they've been Vegas since. They started off as the LA Raiders and then became the Oakland Raiders, and a lot of fans still stayed on base. Well, no pun intended, but still stayed in the base.
Aha.
And then just recently they moved to to Las Vegas. But then the St. Louis Rams just recently moved to LA. The San Diego Chargers just recently moved to LA. So it still happens very frequently in American sports too. So LA Chargers were San Diego to LA, and then St. Louis was the Rams.
St. Louis, that's a big.
St. Louis then also moved to LA. So two teams moved to LA.
St. Louis is that's a big move.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for similar reasons.
But these clubs, what happens to the the locals?
So it depends what teams do. Like, for example, in the NBA years ago, the Charlotte Hornets moved down to New Orleans and then they were the New Orleans Hornets for a couple of seasons. And then they decided to rebrand to the New Orleans Pelicans. So since they in that time,
name. I'm so sorry.
Right. And in that time, while they had moved down to Louisiana, Charlotte then got an expansion team funded by Michael Jordan's ownership group, because he's from the area, which was the Charlotte Bobcats. So the Charlotte Hornets moved to Louisiana, became the New Orleans Pelicans. And then the Charlotte Bobcats popped up back in Charlotte Hornets' place. Yeah. So once the New Orleans Hornets decided to change to the Pelicans, they essentially vacated the name Hornets. So then the Charlotte Bobcats decided, well, if you're not using the name Hornets, we're going to take it back, and we're the Charlotte Hornets again. So the team that was originally the Charlotte Hornets is actually the New Orleans Pelicans, but an expansion team came back to fill the gap they left in Charlotte, called the Bobcats, which then renamed themselves back to the Hornets when the original Hornets gave up the name. So a lot of confusing crap like that happens in American sports too.
Now, before I take this off the screen, I wanted to tell you why I've got this picture up here. Back to let's reel ourselves back into minor league baseball for a minute. So I was saying how important minor league teams are to small towns, and each minor league team has its own gimmick or flavor. And I'm sorry, American fans may hate me for saying it, because I've got to take a position here, but the Savannah Bananas, they bill themselves as the greatest show in baseball. The players go out and do a show. They have their Savannah Banana, their mascot. Each of the minor league teams then starts having these crazy mascots and all kinds of goofy competitions and things like that. Now, the ones
is that to get the crowds in though?
So they do things for the crowds and for kids. And if you look up like minor league base, and by the way, some of them struggle. Our original single A team years ago was the Hagerstown Suns, and that team collapsed a long time ago. Our oldest farm team, because we have more than one at each level. So we also have a farm, like our oldest one is Rochester, New York. So, they sometimes they do, they are successful. Sometimes they're not successful, but they're really important to the small towns. And many of them do have huge crowds, because not only is there fun and it's a gimmick, and in some of these towns, it might be, the biggest show there, but also you might have the chance of seeing a major league player there, because, if they've, if they're coming off an injury or something,
rehab assignment, things like that. It happens a lot with pitchers, but you'll see, field players do it as well. Our team, for example, is they just moved to Worcester. I believe it's the Worcester Red Sox.
Worcester, I love that.
Yeah, they just moved over to Worcester. They were they've been all over the place. We've had the Lowell Spinners, the Paw Sox, and Pawtucket. I think that's our double A team we still have, and I forget our single A team. But even our they call them the Woo Sox. Even them, they used to pull a good crowd. I'm not sure how they're doing now, but even the double A team when it existed, the Lowell Spinners, they pulled a good crowd. So even in an area like this where it's not even total small town, but it's a baseball town, Massachusetts, Boston always has been with the Red Sox. So there's still a love for it, even in some of the bigger cities too that have prominent teams. So the farm system, as much as it is just for development of players, it does add a lot to, communities as well as something to do and something to go see.
Now, before we go back onto the movie, because I feel we've got off on much of a tangent here. Now, I'm guessing baseball, in the grand scheme of things, is it's called America's pastime. Is it because it's the oldest sport, the oldest established before American football? Because American football, in the grand scheme of things, is quite a new sport in that. And I'm guessing a basketball is new, like kind of in that kind of thing. I'm guessing baseball is the oldest, like, firm sport. I know there's older sports out there, but I'm guessing this is the oldest. The firm. If I had to say America, like if somebody said America, name a sport, you're going to go for baseball. It has that nuance. Is that you guys? Is that what you? Is the oldest? That's why you love it?
It's definitely, you know, in terms of the four major sports, it's the oldest. There's, to be honest with you, there's just something about the atmosphere of baseball that I think is the reason it's called, at least for me personally, the reason it's called America's pastime, more so than just the age.
I agree.
There's just something about going to a baseball game on a midsummer's day with beautiful weather. You got a hot dog, a soda if you're a kid, or a beer if you're an adult, and you're out there with your family, your friends, whoever it may be, having a good time. And it hasn't changed. Like that the viewing experience for it has just been the same, generally speaking. You know, it's always kind of been the way that it is, which, for better or worse, obviously people have issues with, you know, pace of play and things like that. But, you know, basketball's changed dramatically over the years. Football has as well, hockey even too. There's something about baseball. Yeah, it's a different game. It's faster sometimes, or more power, more, you know, when it comes to pitching, all these different things, more athleticism. But at its core, its viewing experience, it hasn't changed much. So something about it is just still the same way your grandfather saw a game, the same way your great-grandfather and your great-great-grandfather saw a game.
At Fenway,
just like that. At Fenway, at a lot of these.
That is the only one, because I'm guessing that is the most. Is it the oldest? Like, why do we know Fenway? Like, as an international, I know Fenway.
Yeah, it's one of the.
That is the only one I know.
Sure.
That is the only
Wrigley, I think Wrigley beats it. It doesn't Wrigley beat it by just.
No, but why? Yeah, but that's like Fenway's
redone.
Like, it's probably because of Hollywood. They use, you know, like that.
Yeah. Also, I think the Red Sox kind of captured, you know, I think, and this could be a biased opinion, of course, but after that 2004 Red Sox series, there was something about the team that kind of just boosted its franchise notoriety across the world. You know, snapping an 86-year drought for titles is one thing, but it just became a little bit more popular. I feel like since that 2004 Red Sox team, you saw, you know, movies like The Fever Pitch and all that stuff that were being made there. The town started using it in Hollywood. So it just kind of, I think, became more recognizable in terms of, you know, baseball. Same way Yankee Stadium was, you know, that's when you would see in movies and stuff like that a lot.
Okay,
so
I'm going to ask you a question. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I've never, ever worn one. Do you hate it when I suppose international people wear a New York Yankees hat? Because it's
I do.
Yeah, literally, you don't know the sport. You don't know what it is. It's a fashion statement. Come on.
I get it, and it is, and it's definitely more like fashion recognizable. Yeah, a little bit of me is always just like, of course, stupid Yankees hat every time I see it, no matter what. So,
although I hate the Dodgers and Mets fans more than I hate the Yankees.
Whoa.
Yeah, the Dodgers and the Mets.
Laying a hat there, people.
Because that's a Hollywood, like the Dodgers are the Hollywood team. I can't.
But they're new, aren't they? They're new.
They're an old team, but
they were
old, but
Brooklyn. They were the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Then went to LA some time ago. But in terms of being more recent, like they've recently found
they got the money.
They weren't a good team. Yeah, they weren't a good team for most of my life.
They are
the past 10 years. They've become a very good team.
They are now the world champions, I suppose you want to call it.
Yeah,
So the format is, I'm guessing, like most leagues. Sorry, we're going off the movie very much, so we're going back to it.
Probably the longest we've
I'm loving it, to be honest.
I told you, I said that I would go one of these. I mean, it's literally you are divisions
on this one. At
you
least.
have America has their divisions, like ice hockey. You have your East and West. The divisions. Exactly like baseball. So, like Sandy and Jay, you're in the same division.
Yes. So we
American
are.
League East.
Yep.
American League
are the same division.
Yeah.
With the Yankees as well.
Yeah, Yankees. Yeah, and all that. So I had
Yankees,
to look it up. Sorry, I had
Blue Jays and Rays.
Yeah, so I had to look out. I had to look out where the my girlfriend was like, "Are they a made-up team?" She didn't realize the Orlando Braves were a real team. So they're in the National East. Is it?
Is it national? Is it East?
Is it East
Is
or
it?
Central? See, there was a
I
shakeup
would have
a
thought
few years
so.
ago,
Yeah, and I can't remember where everything
and they
realigned.
added a Central, and I don't
Okay.
remember.
Okay.
Wait,
So
But they are an NL team. I'm pretty sure if I
yeah.
recall.
Anyway,
yeah, and they moved
should we,
some teams from the National League to the American League and vice versa too, because I got really confused when that happened, and I know that's been a long time now. But let's see, National. Yeah, they're in the NL East.
there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any whatever that means.
NL
So anyway,
National League East.
okay, we're gonna hold it.
Well-
Let's go back to the movie, and we're never gonna finish the movie. So we get Gus. He is now. I'm guessing what you just kind of explained to me is a farm club, AAA. One of his proteges. He scouted him, Billy, and he's not doing that well. He's a later on they call him a project, like somebody will come along really, really well. They just need that time to nurture, and we get that with another character. But then Gus realizes I'm guessing like anybody, like I always say this, and I'm going to say it again, you do not understand the grand scheme of things. If I was stationed in the military north of Newcastle, 30 miles north of Newcastle, my family's from London. It's 8 hours on a good drive. In America, 8 hours isn't that far. So if you are, I'm guessing you could be, I'm gonna think, I don't know. You could be a baseball player, in Miami, and you could get traded to the Dodgers, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that is the opposite side. Let's say that.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's a 3-day drive.
That's a 3-day drive.
Hours.
Now, of course, these are players that, and of course, in the most things, they are prospects. They don't they're not getting paid that, they're getting paid a living wage, I suppose. Like they can earn a little bit, have a bit of fun money. They are on and that. And I like this because later on we find out in the movie. But I like this because it's obvious there's a distance between his family and where he is, where the league is. I suppose you want to do that. So Gus says, when's the last time you see your family? And he's like, well, it's been a time. And I like that because it is again for the naive in non-American. You forget how big America is. You do. Like, you always forget how big, literally how big, how big it is. Unless you've been there so many times, like you guys at East Coast, literally, yeah, you can't drive to the West Coast.
It's
we get 24 hours in a day. Where are you going to get to? Exactly. Like, you could do most of the UK in back and forth, Edinburgh, back in the day. If you wanted to and you don't want to sleep. Dangerous as anything, but yeah, you could do it. But I like how it kind of that thing is there is the guy is young, he's being drafted. Yeah, he's been down, as you say, to one of the farm clubs, AAA clubs, and he's missing home. And Gus kind of, he's a bit sympathetic about his plight, and he realizes, hold it, this is the reason why. You're not playing bad because you're a bad player. It's just because you kind of need your mum. You just want to say hello to your mum. Like, it's okay saying over the phone, but you kind of sometimes just need that hug. And I like that bit in the phone. It just shows like Gus, yeah, he's a mean old man, but he kind of gets baseball players. He gets baseball. And I think that comes across quite well. And then, of course, the next bit, you kind of get more of an insight of his lifestyle. You get then I can't remember John Goodman's character. What is he called? What is
Pete? Pete, maybe?
Pete. Yeah, so he goes and visits Gus, and like that. Well, we missed a bit of it when Gus, because of his eyesight, he beats the crap out of some furniture. Yeah. And then you get Gus, of course. Now he's at his desk, and he's still he's like, I'm not being oddball. You get like everybody's got those parents, and you're gonna get everybody in chat goes, "Oh my god, I get those parents." It goes, "Can you get us a newspaper?" And you're like, that is all online. You know, everything you need is online. They're like, "Can you get us a newspaper?" And they're still, you know, things like, and that is Gus. He's still getting. I'm guessing there is newspapers you get in America that show the statistics. And as Jay said earlier, there are the geeks who've put it all online. They've put all the numbers in to find out all the details of every player, how long they run, how blah 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 blah, like hits, blah blah blah. And then Pete, John Goodman's character is like, you know, how are you? Why are you doing this way? And like that. And then you realize that what, like, there's a quite good one of how bad not just his eyesight, is how bad he's coping. I suppose becoming, you know, you get old. Everybody gets old, and he's like setting his ways, and he doesn't want to say, you know, I could do with a little bit of help. You know, he's wife died in the 80s, wasn't it? Like, there's a gravestone later we see, and but this one it's breakfast time, and he orders pizza like that, a giant pizza to like that's him for the day, and like he gives the delivery boy like $50. And he's like, "Did you mean to give you this? Oh, just testing you." And it's like that. So it's good. Like, you get a very great straight away of like, the pride, I suppose you want to call it, of like, I'm never going to ask. Whatever you think, this is a man who's very set in his ways. He's good at what he does, but he's very mindset of like, I will never ask for help. So I kind of like that. Like, this like, I know this is around baseball, but I think this is like where you get about the that kind of help with the elderly. I kind of like that, because like it gives that character difference. So like, you take baseball out of this movie, and you kind of just mindset of like the reconnection of like the father and daughter that we get later, and then the father kind of not coming to terms so much, because he never does with his eyesight. He just agrees to do stuff, but it's kind of like that, you know, like, people forget, I suppose, you will become old. You will be in this situation, you know, like, it's okay to ask for help if you like eyesight's go like that. Especially, I suppose it is very much different, like for our generation, where we're more prominent, you know, go to the doctors, ask the GP, ask for help, like that. But this is like they're showing like a mindset, like he was big in, like, you know, the 80s and 70s, is like, you know, they're like, you know, your parents might be in a bit of pain or a bit like that, your uncle and auntie or whatever, and they won't. There's a bit of pride there. They won't ask for that simple help when you can blatantly see it. So I like that kind of part of the story. They're showing it, you know, that straight away. They're like, he's a bit, he's like, you know, your dad. You know, when your dad does it, you're like, oh my god, just go to the doctors. Can you bloody just go to the doctor?
No, I think that's you know, something they're going for with his character, which, you know, I thought was fairly well done, as part of one of the good things I liked about the movie, where, you know, he does show that stubbornness of, you know, the person who's aging. You know, I think most people, you know, if not everybody, most people have experienced having to take care of an elder in life, and, you know, it can be frustrating. Currently, you know, my wife is going through it a bit with her grandmother, who, you know, there's just such a huge support system around, and everybody's willing to help, but she tends to want to reject it out of stubbornness sometimes. And they get a little frustrated. And my wife will always make the joke. She's like, you know, I can't wait till I'm older and people want to help take care of me. Like, it'll be fun to get a break for once. And, you know, we have a laugh, like, yeah, you know, but I always remind them, like, it is one thing though to joke about it and think about it. It's another thing to have life, you know, your age, your body be taken away from you. You know, it's when you're able-bodied and you're younger and you're thinking about it, it's like, oh, it'd be nice to be able to sit back and have people take care of me a little bit more, relax a little. But once you get to that age and your body's being taken from you, it's got to be incredibly frustrating and incredibly, you know, deflating, when simple things like reading a newspaper, in his case, for example, is becoming difficult now because he has glaucoma showing up and all that. And you see it in so many other different ailments in the elderly. It's something I like to try to always keep perspective on from that kind of view. So I thought it was, decently done in this to show, that frustration of a guy who's been so accomplished and who's traveled, up and down these North Carolina highways probably countless times doing this scouting job, and scouted all these, famous great players that they mentioned that they rattled off. Yeah, like all these great players.
In a long time. Yeah.
And that pride of it being taken away from him now, not because he can't do it anymore mentally or because he's not good at the job anymore, because his body is now taking it from him. That kind of frustration, I think, is tough to deal with. And I thought they represented that pretty well with him.
I think it's a good way to kind of see that, like, why he's angry. There's not a reason. He's not just angry for a reason. He's angry because he's bitter on his own body, I suppose.
Exactly.
On his own.
Not just old man angry at clouds.
Because he's still got his senses up there. He's never been that kind of way. It's like that. So yeah. I like that.
Heavy
But
on the cliche there with the old man, all the old man isms. He does them all. He bumps into something. They show him, in the bathroom having issues with his prostate, with the eye. It's just all the old cliches.
Mm-hmm.
And my cliche ticker, I'm continuing in the chat. Back to when he's at the minor league game, because the first game he's at is at Georgia Tech, so that's college level game. The next game that he's at,
is that with Billy?
Yeah, no, the first game. Oh, I don't remember. Where's the second game is when he's with Billy, and he's standing. There's a camera shot where the camera is lower, looking up at him, so you can see the stadium lights behind him, and the stadium lights go out. And that is such a cliche, and that is the American symbol for your career is over, your time is up, the lights have gone out on the game. And how many baseball movies and not baseball movies do we see where we've get that angle, that shot, and the lights go out in the stadium behind? So that was like
a Kevin Costner movie.
Don't even get me started, please. Don't. The other thing, I can't stand when I heard her name was Mickey. I can't stand it.
Oh, we have to go on that later.
How obvious. I mean, just how obvious there.
But for you.
And then you mentioned the visit to the mom's grave, which hasn't happened yet in the timeline. But, but I do want to mention something in all of these things that are happening, whether we're there yet or not. Did anyone notice how the music is just kind of shoehorned in?
Yes.
It's terrible choices, and they're at the grave, and then
it felt like the music choices of a CW show.
Yes.
It was not great. It was not great. I noticed that as well. I'm like, these songs just feel shoehorned in, and just like they went for a CW kind of vibe, like a Supernatural or like one of the Arrow.
But they don't need like the music. I don't think it's actually much needed, because they just go by scene to scene quite quickly. Like they're saying like that, you've got the next scene is like him going to get his get his eye checked from the doctors, isn't he? He's like that, and then he goes straight in to Amy Adams' character, who's of course the daughter, Mickey, is at dinner, and she's getting a kind of proposal, and we find out she's a high ranking, I suppose, a lawyer, and then it's supposed to make the guy, I suppose, the whole lawyer scene, the professional scene, a bit slimy, because the guy is not that I love you and I want to marry you. It's we're good together. The math the time is right. It's all about it's not about I bloody love you, I want to marry you. It's all about we're good together. It works. There is a situation and that can work for the future, and it's a bit that's it. And I suppose it is supposed to in a way kind of shows there is a difference between following your heart and then following a career path and that you don't love. Like there's people, and my dad was one of them, who has a very weird career, and you would not have picked it, but he bloody loved it until he retired. But there's like that. But this is supposed to say, everybody doesn't have to be a lawyer, and be like that. I think that is supposed to be it's supposed to be subtle in this, but like how they do it is not a very, very well done. I
It's
think
not.
like that, because the guy who plays like her, I suppose, so-called partner, he's a terrible actor. He's
He's not a
he's
good
not.
actor.
No.
And
thought-
I was that
go ahead.
age. So again, I'm going back to this
Mm.
whole 2012 situation, because I think the themes that are shown in this film are, initially I said 10 years, but really 20 years too late. I was exactly her age that I think she is in 2012. I was doing that job in 2012. Okay. So like I was in business and having those choices, and it wasn't it wasn't like that. It just that whole drama of,
But
being a
some
woman
firms that
trying to
you
make
can,
it.
I kind of get you, like the mindset of like what you think. If you look at 80s movie, yes, you're gonna get that. You're gonna get that. That. But like, I'm guessing some firms were still like that. So I can take that. I can take it. I can take it.
Yeah, it's
honest.
just
Well,
it's a little too much for that time. Again, I'm hung up on the whole,
You're picking. You're picking.
I grew up watching LA Law, which influenced my career to, I
Right.
loved LA Law, and then moving from that into like Law and Order, and then Homicide, and then The Wire. And this is just out of time chronologically for me. But it also could be that this is Atlanta versus Washington, D.C., Baltimore. That could be a little different, where the slight South, because Atlanta is not South. Going to make a lot of enemies here. But Atlanta is a city. It's a big city. It's, the home to major corporations. And so it shouldn't be so behind.
But then you get that in the
behind
UK. We get London, the hub, I suppose, like that, and you get then Liverpool, Manchester, and then kind of like Leeds and all that. They follow slowly suit. You don't get it straight away. So, and the distance is ridiculous. The distance is ridiculous.
I do think it is a little bit of the kind of cliche of woman giving whole career to the corporate world and not having space for everything. Can she find love? Can she not find love? There's a little bit, kind of that time, I think, in terms of cliche. But for me, my bigger issue with the writing was, so I think what they were trying to go for, at least in my interpretation, was that she's emotionally unavailable, which we can assume at this point is because of her relationship with her father. And I think the movie goes on to kind of dive into that a little bit more.
It takes a premise of that, like, we go on to.
So for this guy, and then when we see this guy again later, it almost feels like that scene's meant to make you feel a little bit bad for him and really kind of drive the point home of her not being emotionally available. My problem with it is you chose the guy to represent that. You chose to write him as like a weird kind of sleazeball, not even sleazeball, but just kind of a weirdo who's got this idea of love as being this calculation that you can just put together, where you could have made him like a likable guy who's actually really interested, kind of what they wanted to try to do with Justin Timberlake's character, where you could have made him a likable guy that wants a future with her for the right reasons and have her be emotionally unavailable, kind of putting it off, even though we all think it's be a good choice for you as the viewers. Whereas we just kind of look at him as like, well, like, I wouldn't really want to say yes to that proposition either. It lacks all romance. It sounds like it's calculated. It's bizarre.
But
so
then
it just doesn't have that emotional punch, I think, that they wanted.
But then you could have said that about loads of 80s movies. A lot of 80s movies, there was the good guy who had the money. Like you get it, what's it called? The Christmas HBO movies. You get that kind of the
Hallmark,
good guy who's
Hallmark.
Hallmark.
Yes.
Yeah. Like you get the good guy who's got the money, who loves her, who's dedicated for her, who wants to marry her, and then you get
the farmhand,
the homeless stuff. It's what's it? Lady Chancellor's Chancellor's lover. I can't remember that name, but it's literally that thing. Is like what you desire.
Right.
It's like that. I think they tried to play that, but they didn't. They didn't home into it.
And that's the thing, is I don't disagree that that's probably what they were going for. And I think they also wanted to add the layer of her being, emotionally unavailable because of her father. But the problem is, like, even in some of the, like, isn't it Sweet Home Alabama where it's a similar story like that?
Well, if that's one
something,
of your
or like-
favorite movies,
but
we can put it on the list.
I can't really remember
I've
it, but I
not
could
seen
have
it.
sworn it
I've
was a
not seen
similar
it.
thing.
I'm just gonna go and get my
Well, it
girlfriend
was-
now. I do 100%.
ask-
I know.
ask
I've watched it multiple times.
Because I do feel like it was something like that, where like a story
Yes.
where she has a rich guy who's like
Doc,
going to give her
it's
the
Doc
world.
Holiday. Doc Holiday.
go down-
Michael J. Fox. Yeah, exactly the same
right. So
kind of thing.
it's that concept. It's definitely a cliche, but I think the difference is in those stories. Typically, that kind of rich guy who wants to offer the world versus poor guy who has nothing. The Notebook, another example of it. That rich guy isn't necessarily like non-likable. You just kind of want true love to find its way through in
Ooh,
those
one
stories.
just came into my brain.
Versus this one where like
Titanic. It's Titanic.
yeah, another one. Yeah, there you go.
I
It's
might
an
have
old
to remove
trope,
you.
but at least in that one, they do make Billy Zane's character to be a villain. So fair enough. There's
Okay,
reasons
Billy
to not
Zane. Yeah,
like
I'll
him.
give that. Yeah.
But I feel like typically you kind of still like that, the
But
rich
that's-
guy.
that's
or
the
that,
thing,
you know,
'cause
he's
there
not
was,
an
like-
unlikable character. It's
But
just
that's the
the
thing
true
is-
love is the unforeseen one.
Oh, yeah, 100. But that's the thing is like the shortness. Like, there's like we jump forward thing. Like you see the scene at the restaurant,
Mhm.
and then the next scene you see him is at the gym. That is
Yeah.
it. There's not like he doesn't. I'm guessing
It's just out of
because
place.
there's a distance. He doesn't fight for her. It's supposed to be like. I'm supposed to. That is supposed to be the point. Is it like he's like that? There's statistics here. There is like
Well-
what they're trying to say about the game of baseball, and I think it's not. It's subtly done, but it's so subtly done it can be missed. Is like the game of baseball has been now taken over by statistics. It's been taken over by
Yeah, I suppose
the
I could
numbers
see
game
that. Yeah,
and the
fair
things.
enough.
And this guy is. That's what he's doing. He's like, oh, look at us. We're good on the book. Like if you look, I think he even says that we're good on paper. We are good on paper. Like I'm not when I'm bored. That's not romantic. Can you imagine any girl you've ever met, Jay? Like Sandy, like any guy, you go, we're good on paper. We're good on paper, not the chemistry. And I mean, everybody's got that. Like anybody in chat, they've always had that. They're like, I don't know why. Something just happened. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Boom,
and
boom,
that's
there's the fireworks go, and you like as
Mhm.
intelligent as you are, the love of your life, the person with that just goes bang. He just goes, you annoy the shit out of me sometimes, but I fucking still love you. And I don't know why. like that. And it's that way. It's that way. It's like that. Or when you get that, like, sorry, Jade, I'm gonna miss you. I'm like every time I see her. It gets that
Aw.
little tweak.
Yay.
Little tweak. She's gonna hate that. Like that. But that's what you want to do. That's what you want. You don't know why. Like she's coming home. Yay. Like you would be like 18-year-old. That's it. But like this movie, it like that relationship between the two is things. Like
it just I think, to be honest with you, now that you explain it in that aspect of the statistics, I did miss that, and I think I want to think that that's true and that's actually what they were going for, because you're right, that would actually be a nice little subtle way to do it. I think the problem for me is I missed it so badly because I was just so focused on the idea of it. Just felt like the point of the emotional unavailability was just too on the nose and too poorly done with such an unlikable character, because it just came to me as like, yeah, I wouldn't like this guy either. This doesn't show emotional unavailability. It shows that she's smart. She's not going to go do it, you know.
That's the thing.
jump
She's
into a
so
relationship
smart.
with this
She's like, why would I be with that person?
I like the idea of what you're explaining there. I wish they just kind of leaned more into that and made the guy slightly more likable, so it didn't seem like such a logical choice to say no to him.
So
I agree.
Let's on to the movie. So we get now Justin Timberlake character, Johnny. Is it Johnny? So he turns up in
maybe it sounds about right.
I think
Is
it's
this
Johnny.
terrible?
Is it
We
Johnny?
can't remember these names. Hang on, let me go back. To
It's Johnny.
IMDb.
It's Johnny. Yeah, Johnny. Yeah. So
Johnny-
Johnny's character,
Jim Flanagan.
yeah,
I remember now.
so he's going along into like in the middle of nowhere, I suppose you want to call it. I always take the piss where I am now, middle of nowhere. If there's loads of fields, you're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And he turns up and he's a very nice car. Little convertible. And he turns up at he just pulls over, sees some
just a
kids
little
playing.
field.
And then he goes into this. I'm guessing you guys know the game. he goes into full commentary mode, over the top, like American. I
like
guess it
this
is.
scene.
It's
I like this
American over
scene.
like
See, I
he like,
actually didn't love this scene.
oh,
It
I
was like
did.
for me, it was like one of the redeeming scenes of the film, just because, and I think the only reason is because I do get the sense, I don't know who he is, right? We don't know that he's a former major leaguer. We don't know who he is, but we know he loves baseball. And
Yeah.
that's the feeling I got in that, because so James, to our earlier conversation about where baseball is, baseball is played on fields and in corners and in alleys in major cities and anywhere you can grab a bat and a ball and a glove. And you don't even need a glove. You should have a glove, but you don't need big, huge equipment. You don't, you just need a bat and a ball and a glove. And you just pick up and play, and kids know how to play at least back then. Kids know how to play instinctively. And I just kind of like the fact that he was, given the play-by-play on a little kid game. I like that.
Yeah. And then he gets
Yeah.
overexcited, and I'm guessing afterwards he goes into an actual end of a game. It is quite good. It's quite cute, and and I like how the like all the kids like just turn out and like weirdo, like I do like that. Is quite. I actually find it a very kind of very funny scene. It's one of the funny scenes in the movie.
Well, I'm the potty pooper here because I did not like this scene.
Okay.
Oh, didn't go on then.
So I'm going to be honest, right out of the gate, you could have taken Justin Timberlake's entire character out of this movie for me.
I know.
I was not a fan. I found
I know.
myself cringing quite a bit when he was on screen. I did not like his character. And I thought this was, when I first saw this opening, I was kind of just like, oh no, it's going to be this with him this whole time. And he just comes off as this weird, cringe, kind of forced bit of humor that I think they wanted to get in there. Like, it just seems so weird to be driving down the road, especially at that speed, and you would just stop to watch kids play baseball and do this comment. The whole thing just felt so forced to try to give us an idea of who his character was, but it didn't really even make sense because you don't find out till significantly later that he wants to be an announcer. So like maybe if that happened after finding that out, it would have been better, but the whole thing just felt very odd to me. And then we see him do it again later in the bar and he gets an ovation from the crowd that I'm like, this is like,
Yeah, that made no sense.
this is like somebody's dream of like what it's like to be the main character. So it just did not work for me.
No, that's
I don't think like he plays a bad character. I say like that. Yeah, I think
I don't think he plays it bad. I think what had the character do wasn't great because like he's just like so involved in this family too. And it's like this is a daughter, and you met this guy years ago. And this is a daughter you've never met. They have their own thing going on, and he's just like prying himself into the situation and like kind of up their ass the whole movie. It was just weird. I didn't care for the character more so than his job playing it or anything.
Yeah, it's a. I don't mind him as an actor. I just think he was misplacing it. I don't think he was the heartthrob they needed. I think they did it as he could do certain like I don't know, like were they aiming for another? I suppose like a list like Hollywood moment lister. Like I don't know because this is because this got to be like after like in time. I like the movie In Time. Exactly. I think that he plays it really well. So he can show that he can act. I just don't think it's good because you got Amy Adams. I think she's great. I think she's a very great actress. I believe that. And like Clint Eastwood is Clint Eastwood. It's like that. And then like the supporting actors you got around them is great. Justin Timberlake. Yeah, he's not the heartthrob. And I think what happens in this movie, like him, like did we find out later, and I'm going to jump forward, like he puts his arm out, like he's ruptured one of his sockets or whatever. That's why he's so but he still looks too young. He looks younger than Amy Adams, but when they talk, he's older than Amy Adams, and he's a bit weird.
He just looks young anyway.
Yeah. He looks young now.
Yeah, young looking dude.
I feel like he wasn't as bad as I thought he would be, and when I look at like what I expected from each of these actors and what we got, I actually think he fares better than. Now, to me, Amy Adams is one of those actors, and I don't know why. Amy Adams is playing Amy Adams in this.
Yeah,
She always seems
Sandy,
like
I've
she's
been
playing
saying
the
it for years.
same
I
kind of
agree.
Oh my god,
character.
no.
I
Watch
agree.
if you do it, watch Buffy. She's
I
the
have
original
to watch
cast in
Buffy.
Buffy, and then you find
That's-
Amy Adams as Amy Adams, and you're like, "Oh, that's not the Amy Adams we see."
actually in an
She's
episode of
she's got a strong
Smallville.
accent. She has a very strong accent.
Wow.
Let's say
She's in an
that she
episode of
like.
Smallville where she does well too.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, but
Oh,
her first.
yeah, that too.
But
Yeah.
but no,
But
I
still-
agree on that, Sandy.
She's won an
felt that
Oscar.
way
I
about
can't
Amy
remember. She's won an
Adams for
Oscar,
a
hasn't
while.
she? She's won an Oscar.
Possibly.
I can't remember what for, but she
I have
has won an
not.
Oscar.
I'm sorry to
I
say.
don't mind her. I think she is, but she
She has a very
she's very
bland
one dimensional.
delivery. Yeah,
And that is it. Like, that's it. Yeah.
It's a very bland delivery that like I'm seeing her in this. I'm seeing her as Lois Lane. I'm seeing
Nope,
her
she's
as
not
a
one,
character
but
in
she's been
Arrival.
nominated.
Nominated.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just feel like she has this very bland delivery that she kind of consistently uses quite a bit. But in terms of the Justin Timberlake character, I feel like he gave the most effort to his role. I didn't love the character. It felt to me almost like the direction of it was be the kind of cliche rom-com, male lead from this era of movies, from this like 09 to 2013, 14 era of that same kind of just, a little bit of charm, a little bit of comedic humor, try to do that and kind of only do that type of thing. And it just didn't work for me much.
No. But so you get we get the introduction, then you get John Goodman's character, we can't remember the name, Pete, meet with Amy and Mickey at her offices. Why you would turn up with that unannounced, you wouldn't know. But they turn up, fair play, okay. And then she said, something wrong with you, he says, or something wrong with your dad. Do you know anything? Blah blah blah. She then gives a call to. This is where you realize the time difference, because the doctor she calls about the eye he's pitch black.
Yeah, because she just so happens to have the name and number of her dad's doctor that she's on the outs with. That
yeah. So that and then but the next scene I like it really, and they didn't play on it enough, is when Clint Eastwood Gus visits the gravesite of his wife, and he sits there, he pours a beer, sits down, says about she's going to be made a what do they call it, a partner, and then he just starts singing "My Only Sunshine," and I like that. I thought that is good. I was like, okay, they're gonna play on that. There's gonna be a reasons, that is it. And there's only 2 times in the movie you ever hear it, and I was like, oh, but how he does that, and it's it might be because I like Clint Eastwood, because he's he looks old in it, this movie, and but he sits down, he just he can't sing, and he just sings the song to his wife, kind of the tombstone.
She died young, 39.
Yeah, and I say you see that, and I was like, no, and I was like, that's nice. I was like, that's a nice thing. There's not, you don't. This was a good scene because I didn't think they need to explain anything around it. He just had his song. That's it. I just need a song. That was it. And I thought it was very well done. I thought that, I like that scene. I think it's one of the good scenes in the movie.
I did like the heart of the scene and what they were going for. I just wish they maybe cut the song off after the first 2 lines. Because here, I don't know, something about him going through the whole song was just maybe I wish they kind of did a fade out, maybe "You Are My Sunshine, My Only Sunshine," and then it just kind of starts to fade out of the scene type of thing. And they're waiting for the whole song, because he was going so slow, it just felt like a little bit of a crawl to get there. But otherwise,
I think he's supposed to say he's hurt, and maybe it was supposed to be so he's hurt, and these the struggle of being old as well. Maybe I don't know, but again, it should be. It should be there in the movie. The Clint Eastwood character should be there in the movie. But it's like that. So now you got I'm guessing Mickey lives near her dad, because she runs into his house. He's burning some burgers like that.
Yeah.
And then
I
yeah,
I liked him in
Like
the
dads
scene.
do. It's a dad
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like,
Like
just
what
like,
you burning the
perfectly good
burger.
burger.
Yeah, yeah. And it is. I like that. I do like that. It's like she's
Yeah, I
like
do
goes
like
to
that
throw it
bit.
away. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's
He's like,
like
"Oh, this
must
is a
be
good
jargon.
burger."
Yeah.
Dude, it's
And
burnt
then
to a
yeah.
crisp.
And I do like how they've got the mind, like the writers very subtly, and nobody probably missed it. Is like they subtly said, like she's a vegan,
Mhm, mhm.
and I like that because you're a vegan because you're in the group, you're in the society. It was quite. I thought that was quite good. It's not the way you've been brought up. It's just because it's trendy. It's the
Mhm.
right thing to do. I like that. And then you find out later, like I couldn't hold back anymore with a hot dog.
With the is one of those lines. Nope.
Yeah, yeah,
I did like that.
yeah. It was good, but like again. It like this scene, I think like if you go by Amy Adams and Clint Eastwood, they're together. They do it really well. I think like you understand, like there is a disjointed premise of like the dad who should be a dad and the daughter, and there is like like the old man and then somebody who's just come into the family. But I think they do that bit very very well. Like when they're on scene together, off scene, it doesn't. The triangle doesn't really work. Let's say that. But then you get back to her. Was it back into her office, and then Todd, who you don't see Todd. We hear Todd.
I didn't know who
Todd
this was.
Todd the grimy other.
The cliche. I think that's another
Yeah.
cliche. Sandy, the cliche
Yeah,
kind
go
of
on, yeah,
It
yeah,
is.
corporate guy at work, ready to
And
step on her to get ahead
yeah.
type of thing.
but not because and this is going to culminate in, they're both vying for partner, but she's been working this big, huge, important case for 3 years, and he's just going to step in a week out. No, 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 no. When you're working a case for years, no one can step in and
Right.
just brief the client and just read your papers.
With a
You're
whole
living.
new
Yeah.
plan he just created
No,
hours before. Like, dude, they're not just gonna buy that.
no.
They've been settled on this plan for months.
And this is just not going to happen. So,
But
Yeah,
also,
it was a little
I
cool.
must say, I did love the next really American thing, and hopefully you both got it. Is when you get a motel just called the Grey Squirrel. Why? Because it's called the Grey Squirrel. I was like, I love
yeah.
that. That
They
is an
nailed-
American thing.
Yeah,
Why?
they nailed the
Why not?
nasty
I loved it. I
roadside
loved
motel.
it. I did love the motel. I did like like anybody who's been in a motel in America. One of those. You're like, yeah, that's the motel. I loved it. I was like, yep, you're gonna get what's it called? The Grey Squirrel. Anywhere else in the world, you'd be like, ooh. Hold it. Like, what? The Grey Squirrel. I loved it. I thought that bit was a very like it gave me a little bit of smile. Like if you ever stayed in a motel in America, it did. Like in the middle of nowhere, you're like, what's going on here?
They do
It
look
looks
that
like
gross,
it
and
looks
they
like
do look that
Murder
scary.
Central. Yeah,
Well, Psycho,
I've
yeah.
watched enough
That's
horror
Psycho.
movies. This is Murder
Mhm.
Central.
Yeah, yeah.
But
You don't want to
again,
stay at a motel.
the reason being is because driving anywhere in the
Yeah.
United States, there's a whole lot of miles in between, and there's a whole lot of nothing in those miles. And if you find a motel, a motor hotel, a motel, then that's the place to stay. That's the place to be, and they're run by little families just like this one. So
So
one
we get
thing.
now
Oh, go ahead.
now we get introduced into the film is the reason North Carolina. Is it
I was
North
just going
Carolina?
to say, I want to let you know where we are now. We are 2 states north of Georgia. Atlanta's in Georgia. So then the next one is South Carolina, and then the next one is North Carolina. So we're 2 states away. Now, North Carolina being a huge state, it could be anywhere, but yeah.
So we're after our prospect, I suppose you want to call it that. Like
he'd be a high school prospect.
Yeah, the high school. But this is he is prospected to be the number 1 draft
Because he's a big hitter. So I'm jumping in on this.
There you go.
Cliche number 9. The prospect is the big hitter. Again, we are too many years from the 1980s for your number 1 prospect to be your big hitter. Your number one, because your big hitter, forget about not being able to hit a curveball, a breaking ball, whatever. Your big hitters in general, that's all they can do is swing. And a pitcher can figure them out, whether it's about a curveball or any other type of pitch. Pitchers figure them out really fast, and then they strike out a lot. So your teams aren't going after the big hitters. They're going after, your utility players, your pit mostly. They're going after your pitchers or your utility players. So I think that's a cliche as well, going after
But
the
they
big
also
hitter.
say Gus does actually say in the movie, "We need a pitcher."
Well,
So like that,
Yeah.
he does
And-
this. Is like,
Yeah.
like that.
and I will say at one point they do reference him as a 5-tool player. The problem is the movie only visually shows him as being
What?
a
Sorry,
big hitter.
what?
Just essentially
Utility.
great,
Yeah.
right? You're great at everything.
What's a 5-tool? Wow.
You're great at all the tools.
Okay.
You're gonna hit,
Essentially.
you're
Sorry,
gonna run, you're
sorry,
gonna field,
right.
you're gonna
Sorry,
steal,
okay.
perhaps.
Okay, for the cricketers in our chat, that means an all-rounder.
Yeah, essentially.
An all-rounder.
You do
Yeah.
everything really well.
Ian
But they
Bolt.
just only
Ian
show
Bolt.
him as hitting the ball.
What the hell was that? I love
They
it.
did put him at the right position though. So for him, for what he looks like, he definitely looks like third base. If they'd have put him on shortstop, I'd have been like,
I
I'm
was
out
gonna
of
say,
here.
I
No,
didn't even pick up on that, but that does make sense. Yeah, they did have him
this
at
guy
third.
can't be
Right.
shortstop or second base because you need to be more wiry to be
Too
on
big and
shorter.
bulky. You're a power
Yep.
hitter, third baseman, and or first baseman if you can't really play the
Uh,
field.
Exactly.
I did like this like the how they portrayed his character, like if it's the club, if it's like his dad, whatever, you're the thing, you're gonna be the thing, and it's made him arrogant. Like there's a bit with like this really skinny guy with the kid with glasses, and he kind of bullies him. He's a bit of a
he
bully.
does.
And he's like that, and he's all about, this is about my next endorsement, getting the girls like that. And he's a bit of a slimy little git, like, well, nobody's going to
Bullies
really
the
like
peanut
you.
boy. Peanut
Yeah.
boy. Hey, peanut
Yeah,
boy.
poor
And,
peanut boy.
yeah. And so like he does that. Like we get like the peanut boy when you first see him, like he throws the peanut. Well, put it on my tab. He's arrogant. He's like, I'm the like. Why do I need to pay for anything? I'm the next big thing. And everybody's like, and even his dad says, oh, well, like it's $25 a pop autograph at one point, and you're like, well, hold it. You're just. I'm guessing is this what minor, high school, whatever league? Like what do you think you are? And I'm guessing this is like where people have like bigged him up to be the next big thing. And I'm guessing this happens a lot, not just in baseball, of course, but out like throughout the. I've seen it. Like I was a good soccer player, as you call it, and cricketer. They will go into telling somebody they will make it. They will make it. But when you get older, they might not make it, and it's like that. And it's not just about your talent. Sometimes it's about your attitude.
Oh, Jay, who was the football player a couple years ago? Come on now, the football player. He came out of college. He was going to be
Johnny Manziel.
That's the one.
Yep.
I'm sorry to say.
That's
I'm
a
so
perfect
sorry to say,
example
I
of
was
that
waiting for
coddling.
him- waiting for him to crash and burn just because I was sick of hearing about him.
It was always going to happen with that kid.
Yep.
But yeah, similar kind of. He's a
Explain.
football player.
Explain.
He played for, was it Texas? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember who
Titans?
Manziel played
Texas
for.
Titans?
No, it was in college. He was
In
a
college.
star in college. I can't remember which college he played for. I want to say one of the Texas colleges. Could be wrong though, so if I am, forgive me, college fans, football fans. But yeah, he was. They called him Johnny Football. He was, all this big story throughout college. But he was a small guy. It's not easy to be an NFL quarterback at his size and his specific skill set. So. Long story short, he was just this big kid, big name rather, partier, all this kind of stuff, rich family, kind of, diamond spoon, not even silver spoon type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Got drafted and just completely flamed out of the league and within like a couple of years.
Like immediately, like there wasn't even a.
It immediately was like a total bust and not good. And then it took like a year or two before he just completely flamed out of the league.
You get that so many players like let's say football, Neymar. Party animal.
Yep.
Yeah, completely. Should be top of his game at the moment.
Yep.
Loves a party in Paris. Plays in Dubai. now.
Yep.
Wasting
All
his
about the
time,
money.
wasting his time.
The money and the
All
power.
about the money, like that. So yeah. I think like soccer players, probably like you will call them, they have a bit of a noose because like if you go for like the baseball, American football, you got them teams, you know, like that. But you get now in the grand scheme of like football, they can play anywhere, and there's a lot of people will pay you just because you the name, and that is it. That's that is the problem with sports sometimes.
Yeah.
The you get them players that are over the hill. They've
Right.
just got the name. They are like they will bring in the crowds. They will do that. So yeah, it's bad, but it's it is what it is. But yeah, it's it happens, I suppose, all across sports.
Oh,
And I
for
think
sure.
so. We get this like every I suppose scout is the prospect. I'm guessing because they indicate in the movie that his numbers are good. His stats are good. Again, it's again they're trying to make out like that, and
Which you
Amy
wouldn't do
Adams.
for a high school player,
Yeah.
by the way, because you have to look at the competition they're playing against. And in American high schools, I mean, there are probably very, very few localities where you're going to get super high quality all concentrated in one
Well, this is
locality.
yeah. I was going to say this is a quite a good one because it was like the like some of the pictures. I was like, oh, that's slow. like I can knock that out of the park. It's like that, as you want to call it. It's like it didn't seem that he was against like the like a standards of standard. It was like that,
It's
especially
not
like
like a
he's even
championship game we're
yeah.
watching here. And I do want to comment though on the filming of the baseball. Jay, you tell me if I'm wrong. The quality of the baseball being played in this film is atrocious. And you
Yeah,
can
it's not
tell
great.
by all the cut scenes. It's similar to when you see these action movies, but the actors have it written in there to their contract that they will not run. And you just have all these cut scenes that make them look like they're action packed. The quality of the baseball is awful. And really the only part where I thought, "Oh, that looks about right," was at the end when the kid prospect pitcher is pitching. I actually thought
Yeah,
he looked
I thought the
good,
same. I thought his pitches, his form at least looked good.
but those balls that what's his name? Bo, that Bo is hitting, he's not getting the whole ball, and you
Right.
can tell, by where it's hitting on the bat and that split second of where the ball's going the second it leaves the bat. And you can also tell, oh, coincidentally, Clint Eastwood references this later. You can tell by the sound. The sound editor couldn't edit in a hard crack, even with an aluminum bat. You get more of a thing when it's not a solid hit versus a crack when you're hitting it on the meat of the bat. And you can still get a good hit if you're not hitting it solid. But I mean, the actor playing Bo, he had a decent swing, but what they were choosing to show as his hits, that was not quality baseball.
Right.
Jay, you may want to disagree. I don't know.
No,
What do
I
you think?
agree. It's like you said. I think pointing out he had a solid swing in terms of just like a fluid looking one, nothing that stuck out with like a hitch or anything in it. So it was a solid swing on his part, but they were using takes that were of the wrong contact and trajectory off the bat to have been the hits
Yes.
that they were meant to be. The hits that when you see where the bat was hidden and the way it was headed trajectory wise, those are line drives, pop ups. None of those were the home run smashes that it
And
was
you
showing.
probably did what I did because I'm sure you've played with an aluminum bat, right? Not just
Yep.
wooden.
Yep.
So I'm assuming you do what I did. When you're watching these hits, you feel it. You can feel it in your hands too if you don't get the whole
Oh
ball
yeah, that
on the meat of the
vibration,
bat.
that sting,
You
it's
get that
terrible.
sting?
It's
Exactly.
terrible.
The aluminum bat sting is the worst sting in sports. But if you're, and that's why you don't grip the bat a certain way and you just keep it a little bit loose. And when he was talking about he's hitching his hands, I don't know about that. But like, I could even feel it. I was like, those aren't really good hits. So little sloppy here in the cinematography, I know they weren't going for a masterpiece here. And you wonder, like, even in a movie like Major League, okay, yes, I'm comparing Major League. People in Major League had played baseball. Like Wesley Snipes, for all his tax problems, Wesley Snipes played baseball. Charlie Sheen knew how to play baseball. You go through some of the, it's obvious Kevin Costner knew how to play baseball, and other, a great movie for baseball. I'm gonna tell you, baseball movies frustrate the heck out of me. Sandlot is a decent movie for baseball.
Oh, I
Why?
love The Sandlot. I
Kids are
love that
picking it up
movie.
and playing baseball, right? Anyway, so that was a little frustrating to see how, and again, the indicator, same as when we're looking at action films, how many cut scenes, how many times, just the tiny snippet to a tiny snippet to a tiny snippet. Oh, and you've got an outfielder looking over his head because the ball's going. It's like,
Well, and it's one of those things that, when you do sports movies, you do have to choreograph it with the same amount of detail you would a fighting scene. Because, the audience can always, even the audience who isn't well versed in, all these types of martial arts can tell something about the way that punch landed and the way she went back looked odd, or he went back, whatever kind of movie it is.
Yes.
Something about the way those kicks and punches landed and the way the characters responded to them and flew back, or where their head tilted. You can always pick up on it. So if you are paying attention to anything, whether it be basketball movies, football of either kind, real football, American or European football, you want it all to
Just
be choreographed.
It's just football. It's just football. It's
the
biggest sport worldwide. It's the greatest in the what's the name, the Sylvester Stallone movie.
I made this reference the other day. Just because something's the most popular doesn't always mean it's the best. Because that would mean Taylor Swift is the greatest musician of all time, and I don't think we agree.
My
with that
gosh,
here,
she's not even that.
Well, she's the biggest in the world right now, so let's not draw too many lines.
Biggest isn't the best. That's it. Oh my God.
In fairness, I do love proper football. I'm a big fan.
Oh. So, but anyway, where are we in the movie? Jay, tell me, because you've probably got it.
Shoot, we just took a side track. Oh, we were just getting introduced to Bo here.
I'll be right back. Sorry,
Bo's talking about everything he's gonna do when he becomes a big league player.
I was gonna say I'm gonna need an assist here, Sandy, because I'm having trouble remembering this movie at the moment.
Yeah. But this is where she shows up. It's at this game.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, she shows up. Obviously, he's rejecting it considerably, and I think at this point, Justin Timberlake kind of comes back into the movie for the first time, at least enough to really introduce his character.
He sees her coming out of the.
That's right.
cab.
That's right. And you get the cliche time stand still and the oh wow, or whatever he says to himself. Like, yep, another classic romance cliche from this era.
Absolutely. So the Clint Eastwood characters notices his daughter and is thinking, like, what the heck is she doing here? And all the other scouts recognize her. So this is where it's obvious that, even from as a young kid, this is where she was hanging out. She was, at least for part of her life, hanging out with the scouts that her dad hung out with, traveling to wherever, doing this. But she makes her mind up to come here. She tells her boss, I'll be fine. I'll just be gone for a few days, and it's based on the glaucoma news from the eye doctor. And she makes her mind up to come here. I'll get it. I'll be fine. And now she gets out of the cab with a bag, like a garment bag, and a shoulder bag. Okay, I just want to make that point. By the time we're seeing her spending time in her motel room, she's got mountains of law books around her, a computer. Anyway, I'm not getting where all this stuff came from, that she brought in this garment bag plus this one little handbag when she maybe she made a stop at the motel on the way here. But, just very strange, just very, it didn't feel natural. This whole scene did not feel natural.
I suppose it's just to show that she's supposed to be an independent working girl. That is it. It's very moved on quite suddenly, isn't it? It's supposed to like show she's good looking, but she can work. She's intelligent. That is it. Sorry, as we're saying it, it's a cliche.
Yep. It might just be.
Yeah. That's it. But so we get like now she's, I suppose, like Johnny, who is part of what team?
The Red
Jay?
Sox. The Red Sox. My beloved Red Sox.
So he's the only one you actually find out is a part of. He's been given the chance to pick the number one. This could be the number one. So this is a big opportunity to him. But we find out as well a little bit later. This isn't what he wants to do. Like he's put out his arm, and he wants to be in what do you call it?
The booth.
In the booth. In
The
the booth.
booth.
Broadcast
The
booth.
The booth. So sorry, I'm gonna actually say, does every team have a booth?
Yep.
Multiple booths.
Yeah.
Booths.
Yeah, multiple. Now,
You have to
like
have a
I
booth
love
for
that
the
because
visiting team too.
yeah,
Mhm.
because I was gonna say it because I like my ice hockey, as you both know, and you get the home team and the away team. You get their different commentary.
Mhm.
I love that. I love because they're so biased.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, you switch it between the two. You're like, oh my god, it's like watching a different game. I love it. I love watching like the ice hockey, listening to like different things. Like people are gonna hate me now. Only because my girlfriend is a Boston Bruins fan, and I'm a
for her.
Montreal
Good for her.
fan. But so we like she likes to watch. We do the periods,
Mhm.
and it's so good. It's so good because you're like, what? This isn't the game. Like you watch one side and listen to the other side. Like it's completely different. Yeah,
It is
it's
if you have good
it's
commentators.
yeah.
Unfortunately, like so for us for American football, the national broadcast is national broadcasters that are not affiliated with a team. They just travel, the big names get the big teams. But then what we do here is we listen to the radio for our local broadcast. So we'll turn the television on for a Ravens game, but we'll turn
Ravens.
good old 98 Rock, 97.9 Baltimore, Maryland, 98 Rock for the local for the local commentary, right? But our national commentary and Jay, I don't know.
Sorry. Because out of context, Baltimore Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens is our football
There
team.
you go.
But Jay, I don't know if you ever get this, but how come the Ravens, no matter where we are playing, we always have Tony Romo for color? I can't deal with
I
Tony
forget.
Romo. He never shuts the freak
Yeah,
up.
he's the worst. I want to say he's a CBS broadcaster, right?
I don't. It's
feel
not
like the Ravens often end up on his channel too, but
probably.
I
I don't think it's Fox.
Fox.
But
I know Brady's got the Fox job now, and
geez, Louise.
so if you're watching a Cowboys game, you're always going to get Brady nowadays.
So James, so Tony Romo, former Dallas Cowboy, he just sucks the life out of the commentary, which is part of the reason why we shut off the television commentary and just turn the radio on.
Okay, so all right, so we've got. I'm just going to go through. Just going to go through it. Just going to Baltimore Ravens, Baltimore
Orioles,
Washington Capitals,
and Washington Wizards. So basketball, Baltimore's basketball team was stolen by Washington. We were the Baltimore Bullets, but they moved to Washington and became the Wizards. And then Baltimore's hockey team was always a second tier hockey team. So we had the Baltimore Skipjacks, which was a ton of fun, but they kind of folded. They were a farm team to the Pittsburgh Penguins, but we never had our own hockey team. And then we have an indoor soccer team, the Baltimore Blast. So the Baltimore Blast is our indoor soccer team.
So Jay, you've got Boston Celtics, of course, Boston Red Sox, and who else?
New England Patriots and the Boston Bruins. And we have the New England Revolution too. That's our soccer or football team.
Okay.
Oh, we have DC United.
Is New England Patriots near Boston? I'm sorry, I'm being naive.
So New England Patriots obviously encompasses all of New England technically in terms of the sports fandom, but it's located in Foxborough, Mass, which is like 45 minutes away from Boston.
Okay, south, north, east, west, whatever.
It's in west from Boston.
Okay. There you go. Didn't know that.
I
So,
believe, at least, unless I have my map wrong in my head.
Yeah. There you go. And now they're shit, aren't they?
Yeah, currently. We might have a quarterback though, so we'll see. Give it some time.
Well, we're gonna go on about this movie because I'm gonna ask a question about being crap and not being crap.
Mhm.
Anyway, the movie carries on. Of course, Gus is now watching a new game. Mickey is there, and it's kind of setting up the romance, I suppose. Sorry, sounding like the cliche. Sorry, not the romance,
Yes.
the cliche of like. So then watching the next baseball game, Mickey kind of comes up and says, "Oh, do you remember me?" To Gus, and he's, "Oh my god, you're Johnny. Was it Flame something?
Johnny the Flame Flanagan.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a good name. That's a baseball name, isn't it?" So yeah, he's like that, and then he tells him about, Bob, I'm doing what you did. Thanks, blah blah blah. Who, and he kind of, he kind of weaves himself, and he's got his eye on Mickey, and then of course we go on, and then we get. I wouldn't say it's a dive. I wouldn't. It's a bar. It's
cliche number 11.
But I've not been on board. I've seen worse bars. It's just a bar. It's quite a nice bar. Like, I actually would say I've been in some really dodgy places.
Side of the road connected to a motel, you would have expected a nasty about in that one.
So they're all like having a couple of like really light lager, because you don't do proper lagers in America. Really light beer.
Yeah, but at least we drink it cold like it should be.
Yeah, true.
So then Mickey comes in. She kind of, there's your daughter. Like your what do they say? Not your daughter. This is your girl. And he's like, yeah, it's been a long time since she was a girl or something. And he gets a bit angry, what they call her. And then she racks up the pool table. And I had to explain to my girlfriend, pool.
Cliche number 11, that a girl
British
who grew
pool
up with her dad in a bar can play pool. And the guys don't think she can play pool, but she can play pool. Oh my God.
This is we're going to get a lifestyle with Sandy in a minute. Just I'm saying that. Yeah, but I do explain. Like she calls them the like it's not a British thing. British don't do it, and I'm guessing it's why that it's but it's not. Yeah, but even our pool.
You guys don't play
your pool. Yeah, we do, but it's not your pool.
Why?
Because because you have bigger balls and bigger holes.
Well,
yeah, we sure do. We're American.
Yeah, your pool. I played American pool. Oh my God, it's completely different. It's really weird. So our pool balls, our white ball is more like a snooker ball, and our 8 balls, I'm going to call it, are much smaller. Whereas your ones are much bigger, and your holes are bigger. You're bigger. Our ones are snooker, so your ones are like probably 4 inches wide, like our holes. So yeah, it's so different. It's like, but we don't call the where we're gonna pop. We don't call it. We do it like that. But we do it. Hey, say it like snookering game is very much snookering game because the balls are smaller. So like it takes that. So yeah, it's very different. So watching that, I did explain to my girlfriend what they are doing, and I was like, "How did you not play pool when you was in Boston?" And she was like, "I never did." And it's like that. I was like, "Oh my!" So, that game is different. And of course, cliche number 17 or whatever it is we on is she challenge like some guy. Do you want to play pool? Gets a bit frisky and then goes in.
I was headed the second he talked.
Yeah. And then it's like, do you want to dance? Because the music is really going on here. And then of course, grumpy old man gets a bit angry, dad, and then they kind of get rescued by Gus. Gus gets rescued by Johnny, who kind of steps in, and then kind of make out that they're in the polite terms, they're not the conventional family, because he kisses her like in a strange way.
Yeah.
And then
Okay, so
yeah,
that was
weird.
bizarre. I had no idea what the hell that was about. That was
yeah.
that
I
was
suppose it's both. I don't know. I'm guessing it's for the international market. I'm supposed it's supposed to say
I
rednecks. I don't know. I
I
just
don't
don't know.
It's
yeah,
I
that
weird.
don't
was
know. It's
really
a bit
weird.
odd. It's a bit. It was a bit of even now when I rewatched it, I was like, that's a bit odd. Like,
Yeah, like it just seemed like a really creepy way to try to steal a kiss that was like
yeah.
completely illogical too. Like, what do you mean? Like, he could have just said like, "This is my father, this is my wife or girlfriend, whatever." Like, why he said sister was that whole thing was just
Yeah, but he says it like we like to get freaky to just get him off the back.
falls
I'm
it up.
like,
I don't know. That was
yeah, and
bizarre.
I was
I
like,
had
if
no
the
idea what
guy
that
wanted to get
was.
freaky, the guy would want to get freaky maybe with you. I don't know. It's just a bit. It's
Which, like,
it's supposed to show like North Carolina a bit backwards from where they are, like in the big city. I don't get it. I really don't like. I
yeah,
think it's a bit
I
of a
think
naivety on the producers and the writers to say, you know, like, well, sorry, if you're on the street of like these certain cities, they all are inbred. Let's just say what it is. It's supposed to like be. It's just a bit.
yeah,
What
if
are you
that's what they
talking
were
about?
going for. That's a
What are you
crazy
talking about?
move.
Yeah. They watched Deliverance before the movie, and then
Mm.
they went where we it's out of place. That scene. Like I get the snooker bit. Like sorry, not snooker. Sorry, Paul. Jesus.
Billiards.
Yeah. Sorry, British of me. I'm saying British of me. Snooker bit. I get that, but that bit, I just was like,
Yeah, it was
he could
weird.
have just stepped inside and went, you know,
And then, well, like, let's just say he chose something better to say than sisters. Let's just say he chose.
yeah,
Okay, let's say
Yeah.
that's clear, right?
this
Still,
is my girlfriend.
incredibly strange move to do when you just saw somebody be like sexually accosted or borderline, like grabbed and inappropriately, all that crazy move to come up and just plant one right on her lips when she's not ready for it. Like the whole thing just was like, what the hell just happened here? It didn't make sense to me at all. I couldn't understand why they wrote it that way.
So the next on to that, we quickly get like they have a bit of an argument outside, don't they? Like, like I'm a woman now. I'm trying to look after you. Yeah, like kind of
Do
like
we have another cliche?
cliche.
Trouble with the cliche.
Trouble with cliche. And then we get the next scene is the high school bus, yellow bus going across. Are they all yellow?
Yeah,
all school buses.
Yeah. I didn't know if it was a cliche. I had to ask.
No, that one's fair. Any sports team traveling in school level would be in a yellow bus.
Yeah. So they go to like I'm guessing a very low league because like they've only got a couple of stands, and then
was another high school. They're playing
another high school.
Schools are playing each other.
Yeah. So they go there, and Gus goes up the stands like a couple of steps down and falls over. Kind of like
Like you probably can't see the steps. There's
he can't step himself, and he gets a bit angry, and then we find out from this point there's a little bit of a spy. There's somebody the cameras keep on pointing on somebody in the background who's on the verges, who's looking at them, who's looking at the game but looking at them as well. We find out later this is a Scooby-Doo's not Shaggy. No, it might be Scooby-Doo. His name might be Scooby-Doo.
We'll call him Scooby-Doo from now on.
There we go. So Scooby-Doo's, Shaggy's. Oh my god. Like that.
Shaggy.
Oh my god. I really hope you're watching. We can never remember your real name. Oh my god, fucking hell, wish I didn't do that movie. But it's quite I like this bit because like the Mickey and Gus, they kind of come to an understanding of like, I've got my hearing, but you need to tell me what I'm seeing is what I'm hearing is what I'm seeing. So he sends her down to what do we call it? I'm guessing it's the fence, I suppose you want to call it, to actually get a stronger view of the game of the prospect they're looking at. And I like this because I like it and I don't like it because I like it because it makes sense, and I don't like it because it doesn't make sense. Of you two that tell me how long a baseball game goes on for, and I'm guessing even the high school,
This
it's
is
a few
wrong.
hours.
Well, and on the scoreboard, they're showing 9 innings. High school baseball is 7 innings. So there's
Why?
that.
Why?
Why? Because the game is long. Because it's a long
Yeah,
game.
but two more innings. Does that make a difference?
Yeah,
Oh,
these kids
yes.
got to go to school.
Oh, yes. Depending on how the inning goes, yep.
Well, how
Yep.
long is a high school game?
2.5 hours.
Yeah,
2
something
hours.
like that,
2.5
probably.
hours.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say, hold it. So being my stupid British brain and things like, so you could travel 2-3 hours to go to a game.
No. Unless it's a
In
championship.
high school, it would
Yeah.
depend. In high school, not really. It's
Like
typically
an
all your
hour and a half,
surrounding
maybe.
towns in a common, or like in Mass, we call it the Commonwealth.
But do you get then championship games and you're playing the next?
Yeah, like
county
once you
or
start doing states, nationals, things like that, it changes a little bit. But for the most part,
But they're
regular,
one-offs.
season, right?
Yeah.
Your regular season games are going to just be
what,
local
half an
towns and
hour,
other schools.
hour?
Yeah, nothing crazy.
In
All
a
local
that's
perfect
schools
like-
in the
world,
area.
Let's say hour.
You'll have a
then 2.5.
division, and it'll be those schools.
So you're looking at like, let's be pedantic. Let's say 6 hours. I'll be going home and then coming back.
Depends. Like
on a regular
could be
day,
the worst.
maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, but
you got homework at
Worst
night.
case scenarios.
These are during
Yeah.
the school week. These games are
Right.
not on weekends; they're during the school week. The game. So
Oh.
I was on a travel team, and so we would go.
So it's very hard for parents to actually go to these
Oh, it's a
games
whole
if they're
thing. I
working.
couldn't get to
Yeah.
most of my kids' games because my kids would go right from school. The school bus takes you to the place of the game. And then, the parents usually come pick up after, or the school drops the kids back off at school. When my kid basketball was quicker, but other games, we'd be getting home 8, 9 o'clock at night, and then she'd have 2 hours of homework to do. And I don't remember having as much homework as my kids do. I don't know, but I would go right from school, and play. But where I because I was in the city, every place I played was literally a 10-minute drive. It was very compact, so many schools in a very compact area. So we never went very far at all. And most of my games were all played at the same field. Multiple schools and teams shared the same big field. Like, there are these big, massive parks in Baltimore and most cities where you've got multiple schools playing in the same place. So it was easier.
An SUV soccer mum, I think the word is.
Not me.
Jay, you've got it all to come.
Oh yeah, can't wait.
You can be a soccer mum if you want.
It's the cleats and the mud in the cars. It's just you have to deal with it for like 12 years. You just have to deal with muddy car.
I'm hoping my son takes to basketball a bit more. That's my favorite sport, and it's a lot cleaner in that regard. So it makes it a little easier.
That's right. It's indoor. There's no mud in basketball.
Yep, there's no mud, just sneakers and a ball.
Basketball.
All you need.
Excellent. But
I have a thing in my county. I was the first white guy to do a dunk.
Wow, yeah, that's impressive.
There we go.
Wow.
No, so I was good at high jump, and that was my athletic.
And you're tall.
So, yeah, I'm not tall, but I could do 190. My record was 192 when I was 15 at high jump. So that's it.
What is that in normal people measurement?
What's that in regular?
1 meter 92. I don't know. What is that in your thing? You'd have a look at 190 92. It's not like good, but that was me 15. That was my champion. That was my county record. So that's it. So I could good things. So, but yeah, but basketball. But then I'm going to say that I got disgruntled because I had to pick sports, and my teacher didn't like me not doing basketball, but I had to pick other sports. Let's say that for certain reasons. But yeah, to watch them get into the championship, and I had to sit on the sidelines and go. And I was a guard, so like watching this other guard literally just fuck everything up. Sorry, language. It's just like, and then even my the teacher was like, What a coach. It was
Oh,
like coming like, and I was like, you chose this.
Yeah.
It's like that. So yeah, it was a good moment, but
well,
terrible. Yeah.
I'd like the next scene with her and her dad at the
Mm.
end of the game, and she grabs a bat and she wants him to just throw her a pitch. Now
yeah.
that got me in the heart, got me in the feels. I think they did it okay because as
What are you
so,
doing? And she's like, "Ah."
so you know, when I was younger, and even now, um, girls play technically as a team. In team play, girls play softball, not baseball, right? But around the neighborhood, you play baseball. But in team sports, you play softball. It's different. You don't get a good pitch. It's a different pitch. And yes, after every game that my dad coached my brother and my cousins in, I I could not wait until the end of the game because I could get on the real diamond, not my softball asphalt covered diamond. I could get on the real baseball diamond and get a few pitches.
Sorry,
And
Sandy. Is that? Is there not a women's baseball league?
there
Like,
are, but it's very rare. They're not everywhere. There are here and there, and even long
but
story,
why?
a
But
league of
why?
their own.
Yeah.
I'll explain. A league of their own was a girls' baseball league. My
Yeah.
aunt played baseball as a young lady, but baseball itself, and there are softball leagues for men too. Men play softball as
Mhm.
well as women play softball. Um, Baseball itself, after you're, I'm going to say 10, 11 years old, the pitch mechanics, it, it's incredibly, it's all about speed. And so the pitches get very fast, and it is harder to hit. I'm not saying a woman couldn't hit a pitch that's thrown incredibly fast. If you are hit by one of those pitches, even from an 11 or 12-year-old throwing it, it's going to be painful. It's really
Mhm.
going to hurt. And so women's baseball didn't really take off. It kind of leaned toward softball, which is allegedly somewhat safer, although I'll show you some broken
Yeah, but
fingers.
that like I'm not with the equality and all that nowadays and all that. Like we get it in like soccer, as you think is like, but why not? Why?
Because it's also
Why
evolved
don't
as
the
a
major leagues have the you know?
so let me explain. It's also
Mm,
evolved as a different sport. So softball, the pitch mechanics are completely different. It's
Mhm.
underarm pitching, and now the underarm pitching has developed incredibly fast. So now the women's game can be as competitive to watch as a men's get. Like my daughter, I never liked when she pitched because that is, you can blow your shoulder out pitching like that. Um, it's just developed that way. And it's different. It is different than baseball. The rules are sort of the same, but the pitch mechanics are what make it different. And it has progressed. Watch a women's softball game now. It's wild. They can throw pitches almost as fast as, baseball pitchers can. And it's just evolved that way. So I don't think women today would say, no, I would rather play baseball. You couldn't play baseball with men. That's
mm.
not possible.
No, but I say like they are not like the major league teams. They're like pitching to have a women's league under their own franchise.
Yeah, you're not going to have
Mm.
enough. I don't think you're going to have enough quality
I
players. I would argue the same for the
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say
WNBA.
like
You don't have enough
The
quality
British,
Right,
players.
yeah,
the
it was
the soccer ones. They're losing money. They're losing money every
Yep.
time there's
right.
Yep.
one.
That's what
Whatever
That's
they
happened.
do, they're like they have to give away tickets, blah blah blah. But they're at least they're investing in it. They're trying. It's not the greatest sport at the moment, and I'm I'm one of those who went like sometimes it's a bit ridiculous having 21-0 that's not a game. That's not a game.
right.
It's stupid. It's stupid. But at least that development and the insight of getting the more interest in the youth, I suppose, the girls into soccer and all that. If that's what I do, like if it's rugby, cricket, whatever, it's great. It's great. Like there's too many girls, I suppose you want to go that who get pushed away just because athletic swimming, that's all you can do. I mean, like grass hockey, no, there's other avenues, like just go for it like that. And then I think there needs to be more push into the grassroots I suppose like that, but they need to come up from the Red Sox, let's just say, because I'm wearing it, Red Sox downwards of giving that, insight. If it is like, as you say, what's it, what do you call it? Softball. That is to progress that
not
to
as
get,
popular.
yeah,
Like,
because
but
but why? Because that's what I say. Why is not the women's sports
frankly, because
not so
men don't
popular?
want to watch women play sports.
Yeah, no,
Period.
yeah, okay, yeah, I understand.
That's
I
the
understand.
answer, and there's no
they-
money in it. There's
in
no
the
But
other
money.
if you had like 5 girls, would they be interested in watching as well as? And this is why I say as well as, because I think it's like I support Queens Park Rangers, and if I had 5 girls or 3 girls or whatever, would they be interested as well as watching the men's sports and watching the women's?
I don't want to watch women's basketball.
Well, I think that's
There you
part of
go.
it too that we're finding here, at
There
least
you
here
go,
with
that's
like
great.
the WNBA, for example. It runs at a loss every year. The NBA keeps it alive at a loss every single year. Even this year with the whole Caitlin Clark story and all that, they still signing a new TV deal, which essentially is the NBA saying like, look, if you want our product, you guys gotta help us pay for this WNBA league too. It's how they're trying to, in my opinion, from what I've read on how that's breaking down, it's kind of how they're trying to make ends meet on it. But the part of the problem is the interest in women's sports is actually a bit higher at the college level.
Yes,
if you look at the
more
women's
competitive.
NCAA tournament, the women's softball tournaments, it's more competitive because for whatever reason, I think, after those college tournaments, women decide to go with their degrees or whatever more because there's no real pro leagues that, Caitlin Clark,
But does
for
it
example,
happen on the international stage? That's the
I'm
thing,
not
because that has
sure.
difference.
But if you look at
Because-
Caitlin Clark, for example, who was the number 1 pick, the news broke that her contract would essentially come out to like $70,000 a year, which if you're a female athlete, if you're going to one of these great schools because you're playing, at UConn or, whatever the great schools are for softball, you could get a degree that's going to net you more than that in a career anyways. So I think after that college level, a lot of women decide, well, I'm just going to, pursue my degree, what my education was for and all that, versus, go be the number 1 pick in the draft and still only make 70 grand, which, is a good salary and all that. But in today's day and age with a college degree from the right school, which most of these schools are, you can do significantly better for yourself.
Yeah, I think it's just it's economics, unfortunately, but it's also like, as so the baseball versus softball thing. Let's take the Olympics. Okay. I will watch women's sports during the Olympics because it's more unique. I'm not seeing it every day. I loved actually watching the women's hockey in the Olympics. I thought that was extraordinarily good. When you see it day after day in a league situation where the talent is more diluted than, say, an Olympic team, which is going to be the best of the best of the best, the quality's not there. You're not going to just get excited about seeing a WNBA game. And I was an athlete. My daughters are athletes. I have a daughter who is an NCAA Division I athlete playing right this minute. I'm not there. My husband is. And I love to cheer for her. All good. She knows that is not her career. Her career is, well, it changes every 5 minutes. It's not that for women going into college. And to your point, Jay, Caitlin Clark gets a contract for $70,000. That's actually the best she's going to do. That's it. There's nothing, like, there's no next level.
She'll make far more in endorsements than right.
Yeah. And
now, do you think it's like, sorry, just to break in there, do you think it's because the women's game and any sport, I think this is like that, like now this is where I'm gonna might divide a couple of people's opinions. David Beckham, he is a face for soccer. Everybody's heard of him. He's not a very good footballer. In the British league, but I've played against him. He's not very good. He's really slow, but he can pass the ball. But do you know what he's got? He's got that look and he's got that personality where he can shut up and take into the bin. It doesn't seem like they can get that in the not American, but like the female sports thing, because everybody they go to has to have an agenda. Like let's say, like, who is that stupid person? I'm going to call her a stupid person because she was who American
Rapinoe.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Literally, absolutely a waste of space. Didn't like she is not that advert for women to join sports. She hasn't got that nuance. Like David Beckham, like you love him or hate him. At least he's got that kind of nuance. Like Messi has gone downhill now, but he's like building up that sports things, and you have that them people who have like you need they're trying to get the teams on, but they're not got the personalities. Like there's no women personalities that
Where
you go,
would
oh,
you? I would say Serena Williams, right? So now we're talking about not a
but
team
yeah,
sport,
but that
tennis.
is different. Yeah,
Right.
that's
Yeah,
not
we've
team,
got
yeah.
Serena Williams,
I
and
would
before her,
say,
Billie Jean King.
But that's
We're
it. But the women when they do individual, like as I say, individual sports, then they come out. They come out of their shell as soon as they're in a team. It seems like the marketing divisions don't know how to do it. Oh, you're great. You've got 10 other people are crap. Let's just say what it is. But like, yeah, like there's like that's why I always think it's funny. Like people go, oh, women's sports are crap, blah blah blah, and you go, tennis. Everybody's there are great tennis players in their time, and like iconic women tennis players, and you like that, and you have like skiers, like the any Winter Olympics where it becomes like an individual sport.
And that's where
it's
you
like
can see the
great.
quality of the play. Again, that comes down to the quality of the play. I bet if I were to watch Serena Williams or or any of the greats in the first several rounds of Wimbledon, it would not be good quality of play. But what we get to see on television, right, are the championship matches, and we get to see the amazing quality of play versus, I don't know how many college women's basketball teams there are, hundreds, and you only get one Caitlin Clark every once in a while.
Right.
Or one,
Okay. I'm gonna. This is a great debate. Sandy's gonna be on the right side of this though. Why do women play 3 rounds, 3 sets, and the men play 5, and they want equal pay?
I mean, the women want equal pay in a lot of things that they don't deserve. What their definition of equal pay is, right? It's how you define equal pay.
You could look at the NBA, for example, where the women are constantly demanding pay to match the NBA, but and there's all these excuses and things people want to point to, on certain sides of the argument, but it comes down to the brass facts of the NBA brings in billions upon billions of dollars, which is then dispersed amongst their employees at a proportional rate. The WNBA functions at a loss that costs the NBA money every single year.
Yeah. I think you
call it even able to make salaries at a company that's never been successful. You should be taking that and cashing it to the bank and hope that you can grow it to a point where the wages increase because you are turning a profit, and put it on yourselves and the work and the effort you put into putting a better product out there to increase the revenue so you can get paid more. Demanding to be paid the same as a Steph Curry, or pointing out his salary and saying it's unfair what your players make, that's just not fair.
I think the reason is like when you do when you got, I think you call it blackouts. Do you call it blackouts? When they go like kind of a strike, don't they? I think if you did that, when you have the pool of like, if like you have the pool of like, I don't know, like what was it, Crosby now like that, or like like in the ice hockey. You don't have that pool. People want to watch. Sandy said it earlier. You want to watch a Major League Baseball. You're not just enough chance. You got that. That's the pool. That's where the money's coming from. That's why you get international TV rights. You don't have it for somebody because they're gender. You have it because they're bloody good. And they become amazing. Their level has become like Wayne Gretzky.
Right.
He became good because he was absolutely amazing, and like that, and like you just that's it, because and that was it. Like you took him out, and then you took him into any team. I know you like the Rangers and Los Angeles and Oilers, but you got the. That's where the draw was. It was because of him, and that was it. But the women's game, unfortunately, I don't think it has. But yeah, again, unfortunately, we've just lost
developed.
but it has to be again. It has to be developed, and I feel sorry, and I feel like humbled that we're recognizing it. But I think now we're not recognizing it as it needs to be better. You can't say it's great. Who was it? What the US US Olympian team, like they play. I think it was like a Salt Lake City under 15 boys, isn't it? And they lost 21 something nil, didn't they? So it was like stupid, like under and he got somebody filmed it and then like got leaked because it was that embarrassing. So you're on about professional players against an under 15 team and they got absolutely caned. Why? Yeah. Because you need development. You can't just say you're great, do it. It needs to be a development of like that. It's not going to happen overnight. And like people think this is going to like the whole, and not just any sport. It's going to happen like you got like it's like but then there's physics. Like I say, you're going to get I don't know Phelps against the top female athlete. Swimmer. Sorry, Phelps is going to win. Phelps is going to win. Mm-hmm. And it's like that. Why? Because men are built differently sometimes.
Because his wingspan of his arms is like 9 feet. It's unreal. The man's got, he was built to swim. And anyone who said, early on with Michael Phelps, by the way, from Baltimore. Hello. Shout out.
Was he?
Absolutely.
I actually didn't know that. I did not know that.
I know that.
So, Katie Ledecky as well. So we got something in the water here. But when people early on was like, oh, no one can win this much. He must be doing whatever, steroids.
Always happens having big feet.
But just look at him. He's got his hands are like, perfect paddles, and he's huge, and his long wingspan. But it's absolutely ridiculous. And even a great film is the one about Billie Jean King playing Bobby Riggs in tennis.
I've always wanted to see that. I've been meaning to circle back.
Yeah, and
put it on the film club.
Yeah, and just he was an idiot. He was a full idiot, but just she, for all that she did for women's sports, and she is amazing. Absolutely love her. The whole thing is not to be equal with men, but to have, quote, a league of our own, right? A place where girls can compete against girls and have their leagues supported. And for us, that means in the high school and college level. I'm sorry, I'm going to make a lot of people angry, but I do not ever expect, nor do I want my taxpayers subsidizing a female professional league anywhere, nor do I want my ticket prices at a Ravens game subsidized, because there is still talk of creating a professional flag football league out there that the NFL is going to sponsor for women. Hell no. I don't want my money going there, but yes, 100%. I want to help grade schoolers, high schoolers, and college athletes to be their best, because I can tell in the workplace when I've hired someone who's been played team sports versus someone who's never played team sports, because the individuals who grew up playing team sports are better teammates at work. And those who didn't, I can sniff them out a mile away, because they're self-interested, they're selfish, they don't know how to collaborate, they don't know how to partner with people, and they absolutely make a mess of the workplace. So, sports are very important to me, my family, my kids. It taught them discipline. It taught them to get up at ridiculous hours in the morning. It taught them to balance their homework while they're also, training and studying and practicing and being at games today in the cold weather. But do I think there needs to be a female professional league outside of tennis and golf? I can't think of any other. No. And my answer is no.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's different. Like, and you've got these. I'm saying, like, just like, but you're the institutions. How many years? It's not just years. It's decades. Like in soccer, it's centuries. These clubs have been going centuries. Like but this is where you've got in the last, what probably 90s they started introducing it, and now they're like, why don't you support this? Like, because you're something new, you're not something that is established. And I think that's what they forget. These clubs, these franchises have history. Now you're just introducing new, you must support it because it's got the same name. No, that's not how it works. We're embedded by the teams we love, because of most of the times because you like your family, your dad, your granddad, whatever supported them. But then that's passion is being brought on, and the passion for the years had been brought on. Now just to go, oh, they're new, you got to support them. It doesn't work with people. Sorry, it doesn't work. It's like that, and you look at it and go, it's not the same caliber. It's not what I've been expecting. It's like that. So yeah, like it's going to take time, but it can't be a quick growth. It can't be, as they say, like, unfortunately, equal pay, equal rights, blah blah blah, because it's new. It's not what we expected, because it's not as good. Like you get other ones where you get downhill skiing, 1-on-1. It's exactly the same dangerous sport. Men will win every time, but the competition as it is great to see, male and female, but it's again, it's a individual sport. It's not a team sport. And that's what the thing, they're taking these establishments that we have and then going, you've got to love this because it's your branding, it's what you love. And you go, I don't like it, it's not as good, but they make you go, you must like it. And that's the problem. You get these people who go, oh, blah blah blah, like my team, Queen's Park Rangers, their women's team is awful, absolutely awful. I don't think they've got anything about it, but they don't give the funding to it like so much as like the other big teams are like pushing onto it, because there's just not the numbers in there. Like if you go by how many, like I'm guessing it's different state to state or county to county, how many people play the American sports. Everybody plays the American sports. You get nobody who comes out, I want to play cricket, I want to play rugby. They don't like, you don't get that. And again, you don't get an asset. You don't get a Brit going, today I want to play American football, I want to play baseball. You don't get that. So you've got those insinuates of the counties, I suppose, like that, districts, states of like, wherever you are, is like, that's what you brought up with. That is what you brought up with. If your dad threw a football at you, he threw a football at you. Threw a cricket ball at you, he threw a cricket ball at you. That's what you grew up with. That is it. What was your first games? I remember my first game, and that is it. So it's when you have that the game of, I guess, baseball, it's different. Anyway, Sandy, you just proper took us a tangent about Amy Adams running around the bases.
Is that where we left?
That was it.
Oh man, I was wondering how we got to where we are.
Thank you, Sandy. Sandy, I'm going to leave it to you. What happened next? Is Sandy there?
So the next time they're coming to see the kid, I guess at the next game, like right away. And I think this is when they figure out he can't hit a curveball or the sound of the pit. I think this is when he's arguing with Pete about the kid.
We get beforehand. Don't we just after this? We get the new bar thing, and then we get the cliche romance, I suppose, is the next bit, isn't that? Where we get Johnny and Mickey going, like they go into the bar
when he's telling them to just get out,
get out and go and have some fun. And this is where we get the first reference to your team. It's like the 1971.
Hold on,
I think
just
it was 71, right?
Yes. Hold on, I'm going to show you. I have a visual.
Oh, we have a visual.
Oh, heck. Hang on.
A loss against the Pirates, or the thing it was.
In 1971, that was 1979. I was old enough to remember that just a smidge when they did lose to the Pirates in 1979. Last time the Orioles won the World Series was 1983, 41 years ago. It's really incredibly sad. So there is no book. Thankfully, this was not a book. Although, by the way, if you Google, please, this is a public service message to not trust AI. Every time I Google, was there a book that inspired the film of blah, 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 the answer is always yes. And it tells me about a book written 10 years after the film that obviously has nothing to do with the film. But this was not a book. It was a screenplay written by Randy Brown and directed by Robert Lorenz. And the quiz question that he asks is, hey, what's the last baseball team to have 4 20-game starting pitchers? And she right away knows the 1971 Baltimore Orioles. And I did know the answer to this question because everyone in Baltimore knows that we had at one time really good pitching. We were known for our pitching, and then it all disappeared. And we haven't had good pitching in a very, very, very long time since that World Series win in 1983, when that 1983 team that I rattled off I won't do it now, that I rattled off the whole 83 team in our last film club.
Go on, just do it, because
Boddicker, Davis, Flanagan, Martinez, McGregor, Palmer, Stewart, Stoddard, Dempsey, Nolan, Murray, Ripken, Sakata, Ayala. Now,
I love it.
The reason I can do that is because the pennant hung above my bed after the World Series, and I would look at it and I would just see the names, and it stuck in my head. But it is in the order. They're not in alphabetical order, and I wonder if other pennants are the same. So, Jay, if you have a pennant with names, you'll have to look. They're in the order of the number of the position. Position 1 on a baseball team is the Jay.
Sorry, I was just looking at my phone. Catcher, right?
Pitcher.
No, pitcher. Excuse me. Pitcher's 1, catcher's 2,
so
then 3, 4. Right, all around the bases.
When they say a double play is 6-4.
Me there.
Sorry about that. Put you on the spot.
No.
A good double play
you have numbers. You have numbers on your back.
6-4-3. So 6 is shortstop. So if you're going to have a double play, it's going to be 6-4-3. Shortstop to second to first. Mm-hmm. So 6 to 4-3. But anyway, back to the pennant. So all those names I rattled off, they're in the order of their position number. So the first batch that I rattled off, Boddicker, Davis, Flanagan, Martinez, McGregor, Palmer, Stewart, Stoddard, those are the pitchers. Dempsey, Nolan, Cruz are the catchers. In that list of names from 1983, let me say it one more time: Boddicker, Davis, Flanagan, Martinez, McGregor, Palmer. Palmer in 1983 was also on the 1971 Baltimore Orioles. Jim Palmer, he is still with us. He is still alive, and he is still broadcasting and commentating sometimes on Oriole games. The other 3 were Steve McNally, Mike Cuellar, and Pat Dobson. So yes, our Baltimore Orioles did have pitching at one point in time, and sadly not too much after that. So I was not insulted by the question in the movie. My problem with her, and I think a fundamental problem with this film, if you really want to think about it, but I don't think many people thought about it, is ask yourself, why does she love baseball? They are portraying her as if she loves baseball, but there is no good answer as to why. Because baseball took her father away from her. Baseball took her away from her father. Right? By the backstory, she should hate baseball. So I don't like that conflict. I also think the writers...
Yeah, because they go from when she kind of left, we're going to do it later, 6.
Right, and she's carrying all this anger. So it's and your anger is at your dad, yes, but anger needs to be at baseball. So I don't think I don't know why she would know these things. I think if she did, just by happenstance of growing up that way, maybe she wouldn't be proud of them. Maybe she would try to run away from baseball. I don't know. That's incongruent to me. It just doesn't work. The other problem I have is with her characterization, especially here and kind of going forward with how she's, getting more into what her dad's doing and straying further away from her career, is the writers of this film. They obviously played up on her baseball knowledge as some kind of cute gimmick, maybe that would play to men who think it's cool that a girl's talking baseball. But let me just tell you, for the women in the audience, and this is a romance, for the women in the audience who actually know a little something about baseball or love baseball, that is a horrible characterization. They got it completely wrong. They're playing up to men who might think it's kind of cute and impressive, but you're not thinking about the women who think that this is stupid. That her whole reason for her character just doesn't make sense. And I know most people aren't thinking that deeply into it, but this is where I don't know, I kind of totally disconnected from the film, even though I knew the answer to the quiz question.
Well, that's what they play on quite a lot heavily throughout the movie when Johnny meets Mickey is, especially in this, they go into, she makes out that he doesn't know as much about the game as she does because of blah, blah, blah. And then he fires off the questions and then she knows all the answers every time. It's a film standard, isn't it? So I suppose
It
like
is.
That,
it is.
It's you're gonna get it in any movie like that's like you like the instant recollection of all the knowledge is quite bloody. I don't even know that like that. Even if you knew that, like there's some ones you'd be like that is very hard because it's not like she's just doing it about her own team. There is a cross of I can understand if you said, oh, this team blah blah, blah and you went, we have a quiz show in the UK that your specialized subject is, and then
Mastermind.
This is like
right? Mastermind.
Well, there you go. Yes, it is.
We know Mastermind.
Mastermind. Your specialized subject is, but you wouldn't say baseball. Your specialized subject, because it's so varied. You could go for any era, and then like she gets every question right. So yeah, it's a bit silly. It's a bit of a quack. It's a cliche.
It is.
So, but I could take it. It's supposed to set up the romantic notion of them both, and then you get, of course, I'm gonna guess Sandy's gonna get a bit angry now. Is he asks, "Oh, is Mickey short for Michelle?" And it's not. Why is it Mickey?
I don't remember her answering this. I assumed it was Mickey Mantle.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
no, she
she said,
maybe I blocked it out of. I think I blocked it out of my mind because I assumed it from the minute we met her that was why she's named Mickey Mantle, named for Mickey Mantle, and that kind of ticked me off from the beginning. So I remember him asking. I don't know why I don't remember her answering. I think in my head I always thought, it's Mickey Mantle from the.
Now for me and the dumb Europeans, who is Mickey Mantle? I know, but I'm just going to ask.
In addition to having been married to Marilyn Monroe, a famous New York Yankees baseball player. Was he number 7, Jay? Number 7?
Number 7, and was it center field?
I don't remember.
Exactly, but yes.
But known as an amazing hitter, consistent hitter, played for a long time, married Marilyn Monroe. One of those Yankee people.
One of those Yankees.
Yeah, also not a fan of Yankees.
Yeah, there we go. One of those Yankees. Really?
Yeah, it was center field. Yep.
I
don't remember if it was center or left. I was pretty sure it was center.
So we got to get that, and then we kind of now get into the movie. It gets a little bit, I guess, it's a little bit dark, but not dark enough. It's like that. So we get Amy Adams, like Mickey's character, goes to Gus, Clint Eastwood's character. They kind of get like she thinks she's getting a relationship to him like that, and he gets a bit pissed off. Like he goes to tries like there's a bar when he goes to open the door, and he can't see the keyhole, and then she goes to help, and then he gets really pissed off. Even they've had a great relationship up to that point, and he's like a bit. He gets really aggressive. He kind of goes into like back into aggressive mode, and then we kind of get like the kind of the relationship not build between her and Justin Timberlake's character, but just jumping forward because it carries on like the same nuance between the movie, but then we like they're at a diner. I guess I'm gonna call it a diner for breakfast, and she kind of just like snaps like in a way, but you kind of get the build up of like what's happening of like he was never there as a kid, but you don't know why. And then they didn't this is where the movie could have lent a lot into this. It would have made it probably very dark, and it probably wouldn't been this is supposed to be so it's like when you look at it, this is supposed to be like one of those throwaway family
like
kind
a
of
rom-com,
movies.
yeah,
Kind of
comedy,
put it on,
romance.
Because what it is, he what's saying the mum dies like I think like
39
when she's like 39, so like she dies early. He tries his hardest to carry on what he's doing and bring up a daughter, but he's I suppose you want to say like he's a man's man. He's like, like he only knows baseball. He doesn't know how to bring up a girl. Like I'm guessing it'd be different, like Bird Boy, but like there's a scene where there's a back and forth where she reminisces about a high school game where they brought out a horse, or the horse escaped, and the
in the
horse
minor league. It
ran.
was probably one of those minor league gimmicks. It was the horse,
Yeah.
like the mascot.
Yeah. So they do that, and then but he remembers it differently to her. She was 6, and like that time he threw off the things, and then that at the scene she gets really angry. It's like, you sent me off to my uncle. I don't know why, and I like this because he's really polite to the waitress at the time, and then he's like, she goes off and she gets really upset. Like, look, we're not watching a game. We're gonna have a discussion here, and like he gets angry about the situation, and it's a very. It should be a very. I've had this conversation, but it should be a very a simple conversation. It's like, why weren't you there? Just I'm grown up, you're grown up, why and he gets super angry, and you don't know why, and then she storms off. He gets super aggressive at the waitress who he was just kind of friendly to at the time, of like he like kind of shouts at her like, give me the
give me the bill,
give me the bill, like that. So like that happens, and then like of course, and then you get the back and forth after the moment. She's pissed off. She's at the game. There's still not really been an answer to it. You're like, this is I'm guessing supposed to be an answer to their relationship, of why they're distant in the movie slightly. It's like why she's gone onto her path, and that's it. And then it kind of it addresses itself very, very simply, and in a quite good, like, I'm guessing they use stock footage or something. Is she followed went after the horse ran when she was young, followed into the barn, who some guy was about to
was about to be inappropriate with her.
Inappropriate, and literally, then you get I guess it is already CGI moment of like Clint Eastwood character is Clint Eastwood's character from the 70s.
He went off.
Like that. And he went off in literally took him nearly to death, let's say that. And he said he sat there and waited for the cops to arrest him, but nobody ever did. And I'm guessing what they're trying to say there is the guy was known. I'm guessing what there is one of those, literally one of those, I don't know, they, we'll keep it quiet, or he ended up in a ditch somewhere, and the cops or the sheriffs went, "That'll do. That'll do.
That's a good ending.
Yep. Yeah, that was it." So I kind of get that like that. Yeah, I didn't mind I thought the I guess in like the not using face. I don't want to call it the Asian they use. I thought they just use old stock footage of like something from like Dirty Harry or something like looked like.
It kind of looked like it.
Yeah, I thought, it's okay because they only quickly, it was so quick. And I thought, it made sense. I didn't mind that. And I think it kind of wrapped up there. Oh, that's why. And then you kind of then go on back onto really now it turns into, it kind of then now until the end turns into kind of a rom-com as we go. Like we now get the development of Johnny and Mickey's character. They're getting more involved, more things. There's the cliche scene, as Sandy would call it, of running skinny dipping.
Yep.
I was a bit cringe.
It is, but we've all done it. No, I would find it funny because I found it funny because you normally don't keep your trousers on, like or the pants or whatever you want to call it, or things.
Well, let me just say, as a woman, you don't know what's in those lakes late at night with a.
Oh my God, I was gonna say it's gotta be cold. That's gotta be cold.
Also, all kinds of creepy crawlies and God knows what.
And leeches. Who knows?
Exactly. And so I always laugh like any movie.
But at least it's not a lake in Australia. Then you definitely do.
You're not gonna come out of. But anytime I see a film that has like people at a lake at night, and I'm like, that is so anywhere in the United States, except maybe like up in the mountains. That is so impossible because the mosquitoes will eat you alive. Like there's no way anyone goes and hangs out at a lake at night. That's not happening.
Yeah. Everybody knows mosquitoes, freshwater, mosquitoes. That's it. That's why freshwater is banned in Singapore. Terrible. Yeah, it's like literally you don't do it. So, yeah, it is.
Aside from this scene feeling a little bit forced and just cliche, to this point, I'm not buying the chemistry. I don't feel like there's any chemistry between these two characters. It feels like Amy Adams isn't trying. At least it feels like Justin Timberlake's trying, but it's just not conveying properly for me. And I'm not sensing any chemistry. I'm not buying this little romance. And I just remember sitting there and being like, oh my God, this is so cringe. Just get the scene over with. Because I was not into it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I was thinking it's like the age difference as well. There's something just between the two of them. No, it's just like it's not there. And then like I say, they're good looking people, so they should click. They should like marry together. I suppose you're like that. They just they don't. It's like when they do, it's like you don't. It's just you like that odd, but they do it well, but it just visually you're like I don't feel it. I just don't feel what you're giving me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I get the scene. I just don't believe the scene.
I agree.
So now we get to the draft. As I'm guessing, the draft is a big thing because I like watching the draft. I don't know who the hell's going on. I love it.
It depends on the sport. Typically, the NBA and the NFL, specifically the NFL, are the real big like event drafts.
Oh, I like the I do like the NHL.
It's a spectacle, so it's a big thing. The NHL does try to do its own, but it's certainly not as popular in terms of viewership.
What's the big one? NFL.
That's the big one for sure, and then
Basketball,
NBA
NFL,
behind
yeah.
it. But
I
MLB
actually don't
honestly
mind. Sorry,
happens
because
rather
I
quietly.
don't mind the draft day, Kevin Costner one.
You know, I've never
I
seen it actually.
I
I've
don't
heard it's not
either.
bad though.
I don't get what the fuck is going on. I'm sorry my language, but I do like it. I'm like, I don't get American football. It's really good. I really like it. Like that, but
No,
it's
that-
like that.
And
But
that's
it's,
definitely the big one.
yeah. It's like the American way, I suppose, like that, where you don't know what's going on. I like it. I don't know. You're making it all exciting and like that. But yeah, like this is like I've never watched. I must say, I've watched them NFL, the National Hockey League, and all that. I've never watched NBA or Major League Baseball league draft. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
The baseball one happens quietly. I'm not even sure if they do much to buy stuff outside of how it was kind of represented. I think even in the movie, where it's just like a TV show from a major sports station. I could see the MLB Network having something like that, where they're just kind of announcing the picks formally. But I don't believe they do a big, you know, whole kind of charade about it. I could be completely wrong. That's how like kind of quietly it happens every.
Yeah, we get the NFL and NHL. I don't even know if we get NBA over here. I'm not even sure we do. But that's I say. That's because I guess the the hockey is European as well. You get European players as well, so maybe that's why. But the NFL is they bring it up a level, don't they? Make it a show. It's like that.
Yeah,
so,
it's a whole spectacle.
Yeah. So we get like in the thing we got, of course, the head scout against Shaggy. Yeah, and then like they're arguing against the Terminator. Do we take this pick? I like who is the number one draft, because the only reason they're gonna do it is if the Boston Red Sox don't take him as the first pick. Now, Jay.
Yes.
In ice hockey, I've got to ask, the first pick is the worst team.
Yes.
The year before.
Well, yep. So similarly here, you know, you could own another team's pick through trades and things like that. And that's not as common in baseball, I don't think, to see picks of that high being traded much.
But not number one. You would never trade number one, would you?
It depends.
Has has ever happened? Has anybody ever traded number one pick?
Well, I've got a perfect example. My beloved Celtics, my favorite team from Boston, back in the 2018 or 17 draft, the year we drafted Jason Tatum, who's our new our current star player. We had the first pick in the draft. Our GM, Danny Ainge at the time, decided he didn't like the consensus overall pick, which was a wild thing to say because, like I said, it was consensus overall number one pick. So he decided to trade our number one pick to the Philadelphia 76ers, who are our division rivals. And we then took the third pick, plus other picks in the future that we used on other stuff. So that was the incentive to make the move. So the Philadelphia 76ers chose that number one overall pick, and he ended up being a total bust. He came into his rookie year having forgotten how to shoot the ball. And I kid you not, his entire jump shot was completely changed. He was not able to hit a shot. It's honestly kind of sad to see. I don't know what happened to the kid, but he just, it was like kind of getting a case of the yips, as they call it, where he just couldn't play anymore. And we instead drafted Jason Tatum in the third spot, which is now, leader of our franchise and all that. So it does happen. It's rare. And if you hit it out of the park like that, it's even more rare. But, in baseball, I generally feel like it's less common to happen. You see it happen in football quite a bit. You'll see it happen in basketball. Hockey and baseball, I don't think are as trade heavy when it comes to pick. But the owners of those picks initially are always typically the worst team in the league.
And so since the Orioles being pretty lousy for a good stretch of years, we had some really high picks, and there was one, and oh my God, I can't remember his last name. Jay, you might just be old enough to know, like, the one that was going to save the Orioles, Ben, and he was a total Ben McDonald. Ben McDonald,
Oh, that does
Orioles'
sound
first
familiar. That
overall
does
pick in
sound
the
familiar.
1989 draft, and he just ended up being a complete bust. But then he was
Mhm.
a really nice, ended up being a really nice kid. He was out of LSU. Um, he just never became what he is. He's a world renowned bow hunter now, and has a YouTube channel on everything about bow hunting. Um, but when you think about all the pressure, again, like all the pressure on these kids, and he also was one who came straight out of college and didn't do the minor league thing. So that was another thing that was a big deal. Like, he was kind of full of himself, and then he completely busted out. But again, in the end, I think in the end became, a nice person. We traded him, and then he was done. Um, but that happens a lot to the number one. They get that
Yeah.
pressure,
Mhm.
and
It's really hard
it's
to
a
hit that
different
pick.
game. You can't compare, high school, college ball to what it's like in major leagues. By the way, James, you asked very earlier about, why is baseball Americans' pastime? Um, it's also a community sport. I feel like as a kid, one of the coolest things on a really hot night, because we didn't have air conditioning, um, and all the neighbors, in a city, so row houses, so your neighbor is literally
Mm.
right next door, and you could walk, anywhere on a summer's evening. It was super hot. You're outside just dying for a breeze, but every neighbor had the Oriole game on, and they had their radio in the window, and because they're all sitting outside, and you wouldn't miss a pitch no matter where you were going, because everybody had their radio
Mm.
on. Everybody kind of came around, to listen to the game, whether they were good or bad. Everyone was an Orioles fan. And then the other thing about it being America's pastime, there's 162 games in the season. It's a long
That's
season.
all.
They play every day, and I mean, there's breaks, for road trip, for travel, but that's a lot of games. There's 81 home games. That's a lot of games. So it takes up a good chunk of the year from, I think now it's like the last week
Mm.
of March. It seems to start earlier and end later. It's the last week of March to the
Mhm.
first week of November. So it's a good chunk of the year. Um, so it's always there. You can go anywhere and turn a baseball game on. And
Mhm.
you can, I don't know, for me, I can watch most. If there's a game on, I'll sit and watch it. Doesn't have to be the Orioles. It takes forever, so I don't watch the whole game. But it's
Yeah, it's one of those sports you can dip in and out of. Even
yep.
if
Yeah.
you're at home, you're doing things around the house, whatever it may be, yard work, you got it on the radio. You can just turn it on and kind of come in and out of attention. It's a slow game. You can catch an inning here, catch an inning later, type of thing. It's just
Mm.
there's
It's
something so routine that it's a sport that's become such a part of American culture in a way that
Yeah.
other sports just don't, because it's like Sandy said, it's so much of it. There's so many games. It's all summer long. It's tied into
Mm.
what Americans genuinely feel like is the best season. Like, on the whole, everybody loves summer. It's the brightest, the sunniest, the warmest time, and the whole country gets summer at once. Even though obviously we're very big, but we all
Yeah.
kind of it's just like the perfect time. It catches everybody's perfect season, weather. There's so much to relate it to good vibes and good feelings that it's just become like America's sweetheart
It is.
sport.
I always find it's funny because, like we spoke about Japan being a big franchise now of the baseball, probably because what happened in history. But like, it's not hit anywhere else. It's very strange. It's like damn, like it's not like even like on TV. It's
It's a
not a
long,
TV. It's
slow
not a
game.
TV. It's not a
Yep.
TV. Yeah, but we do cricket.
That's true.
That's it. We do cricket 4 days, 4 days of cricket, and cricket is a slow game. It's like if you do test cricket, it can be quite a slow game depending you got. But that has hit, like you just brought up, you go like next door, like the block next door, they had the game on. You can guarantee in South West Asia that's going to be happening
Oh yeah.
24/7. It's
Yeah.
literally, if you go to India, especially when I was in Karachi, that happened. It's literally dim light, nothing's happening. And I remember somebody was like, "Do you want to come and play a game?" And I was like, oh, why not? I'm English. I can do it. And I used to be a medium fast pacer bowler, but they literally play on dirt. And literally them like coming against something like, they were like an Englishman. They were literally loving it, you know, because they never experienced it in their life. Because we're the fathers of cricket, but literally they would play it 24/7. If there's a dirt, there's a little track, they're playing it. And I mean, no, they're playing proper cricket proper bats, no pads. And literally, so that is like 100 miles an hour sometimes, you know, if you do things like that's why they're spinners to not hit you like that. But you still at a spinner, still 6 miles an hour. With a cricket ball, if you're gonna hit your shins, it's gonna hit your shins like really bad. If you're not wearing if you're not wearing a box, that's gonna hurt. It's and when you see it, you're like, oh, that's it. But like we got like West, you know, like you're on about the West Indies earlier, but you have the Indies. You know, one of the probably in the 90s, probably like. The greatest cricket teams like in the world are the West Indies were Brian Lara. Now you have like the Sri Lanka, Australia, New Zealand. Like it's like world, and it's weird how that game where it's like it's probably the old. Probably somebody comes to chat. It's probably one of the oldest games, like law games, as well, in the world. Like baseball. Yeah, I always take the piss. It's rounders, but it's derivative from the game rounders. What was a game, and it's been played on that. But it's got such a big money wise. How that money has not dispersed around the world just because like the franchises like I'm gonna hate it. The New York Yankees, like that's I don't know about baseball. I support the Yankees. How that's not got around the world like that. We're gonna earn money off that, like just by TV rights. It's a bit odd. It's just not one of those sports.
Be the weather though.
Yeah,
you have to have temperate weather for you. Like you're not going to play this in cold weather. The Middle East. You're
100. What you say? 160 games.
162.
162. Like that's the average. Like your cricket season. Your cricket season's you're looking at 3 months in England. Yeah, so you're looking at, and then it's international games. That's it.
Yeah,
but that's what everybody's looking for. Like you're like the cricket, the counties aren't so popular as the international games because you go around. You follow the weather. You follow the weather.
Yeah,
that's it. But So you follow. Wait, where it's from? Like that. But like have it like that is a lot of games. That is good. I say like you get a lot out of your sportsman. Let's say in America. Like if it's like NHL, back to back
work
game,
ethic.
like that. It's like wow, yeah, but it's not good on sportsman, like that. Like back to back games, that recovery, and you got to think of like things.
They make a considerable amount of money. I think it's a fair deal.
But how many of you said like the players don't say they're injured? Just keep on going.
I will say honestly, over the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a big shift in American sports in terms of that. The NBA gets a lot of criticism, for example, for what they call load management, which is like sitting players on scheduled games to take off for rest. And people have, fans have been pushing back on it. Like, well, we're paying for tickets. Like we should be able to see the best players out there, not have them take a rest because it's, a Wednesday in February and all that kind of stuff. So there's a push for it and there's a pushback against it, like anything. But things have definitely gotten considerably better in terms, especially in like things like football, where the CTE and all that, like they're finally admitting that is an issue and they've got to keep a better eye on it. And players are getting into concussion protocols and all that. There's now spotters and all these things to make sure players aren't ignoring these issues and saying like, no, I can go back in. There's essentially a group who watches the games from above in the booths, and if they see somebody who even looks like they're stumbling and showing signs of concussion, they immediately make the call to take that player out versus leaving it up to the player to get a.
But that's the thing, is like
so it's getting better, but the player mentality is still always You know,
Yeah.
to them,
That's
it's
the
like
thing
they're
is, like,
warriors.
you
They want
bought,
to be out there.
yeah, as you said, you bought your tickets for a midweek game. You want to see the best players. If the best
Right.
players are benched for some,
Right.
like, you know, thing, you're gonna be pissed off. You're watching like the B team.
Yeah,
You're like,
essentially.
I'm you know, my son or my daughter wanted to watch blah blah blah. I bought tickets because they play every week, and this week you're roasting them. Like,
Right.
you're gonna be pissed off. But like,
Well, yeah,
at the end
and that's a
mindset,
perfect
you've got to
example.
understand they're all human beings. They're still human beings up there. You know, they're like, they're entertainment, but you can't grind them down to when they're going to be early retirement. So
Right. No, and that's fair. And I think they're striking a better balance. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, especially in sports that aren't contact, like your basketball players and all that, like, you know, baseball. It's, you know, it's taxing on the body, yes, but, you know, it's 82 games. You have insane, you know, health facilities or health treatments available to you too, because you got the money that's gone into increasing your medical staff, your trainers, your team doctors, the equipment they have, these recovery things that are like futuristic stuff you'd see in a sci-fi movie. There's a lot that goes into making sure they stay fresh too. So there's plus the income, the salary, all that. So there's a I understand the pushback on both sides of the argument, where, you know, there are the fans who, you got a family, you finally saved up enough to get you and a couple kids out to the game, and you get there and so is not playing because it's a load management night. I get it. I get the frustration, and I get it from the player side too, if they want to maximize their careers and all that. So there's some fine balance to strike, I'm sure.
Yeah. So in the movie, we get Justin Timberlake's character, Johnny, he feels like he's been shafted. I guess, if that's an American word, shafted. Yeah,
that's it.
Because he gets told by Gus, like, just before that, there's a game, and he's playing well with the prospect, but he doesn't hit a ball well, and he gets a home run, but the sound is off, the pitch is wrong.
Yep.
The pitch is wrong, and I like that. It's like, because they do actually portray that in the movie quite well. That it does sound different. It does sound different to all that. So they did that, and then he's like, you know, oh, go down there, like, you know, and then she confirms it. He slightly moves his hand. I don't know what she calls it. Like, drifts his hands. So it was just a fluke that he got a home run against I'm guessing an average pitcher, you know, that. So they tell the Red Sox Justin Timberlake's character, Scout, don't go for him. He drifts his hand. They're like doing him a deal. They said, like, the Atlanta Braves they're never going to go for him. We need a pitcher. We're not going to go for him. So Boston at the draft, they decline and they go somewhere else. And then so Shaggy gets really excited. Let's say that he kind of tells the Terminator to
Shaggy and the Terminator.
Shaggy. This is how we do it. Shaggy and the Terminator.
It's a hell of a multiverse movie.
This is a screenplay writing on Broadway right now. So Shaggy, Terminator, kind of go to John Goodman's character. See, look how
Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, we got Fred Flintstone in the mix.
Fred Flintstone. So Fred. Oh my God, this is really going to get if you carry on, chat, this might get weird.
Well, Fred is now relying on Dirty Harry.
Yeah, so Fred tells Harry, Harry tells Fred that he doesn't have any trust in the prospect. Fred then goes to the Terminator and tells him, look, trust me, Harry's right. Shaggy comes in as a little crybaby moment about it and says, no, believe me, I know what I don't. He does it. Oh, you're Scooby. He kind of gives him a Scooby snack moment to say, yeah, we need to pick him. If you don't pick him, you're going to make the greatest mistake of the franchise in the history. This is a changer, blah, blah, blah. If you do take him, if you don't take him, sorry, if you do take him and I'm wrong, you can fire me.
Mhm.
That's it. So it goes into that. So they end up, they make him a brave. They make this what's that?
Bo
Is it Bo? Is his name Bo?
Oh,
Yeah.
Gentry, I
Gentry.
think.
Yeah. So they make Bo. He's now an Atlanta Brave. But so before we get to his induction to things, so we get of course, Johnny's pissed off with Mickey. He has a bit of a spat in the car with them, and he flies off the handle and says,
And
"Look,
he's been fired.
you're gonna get you." But he said, "Well, he says you're gonna get me to fire. You did my one shot. Literally, I can't believe what you did to me. You did." And I said, "It's a Harry." And Mickey, they kind of go past and say, like, well, we're, this wasn't us. This is, the above us. And he goes, let me go. So he goes off, and then we kind of get, Mickey she goes back, and of course, I think it's the next day, like, or the day that she finds out Gus, Clint Eastwood's character's gone. She goes to a cliche Mexican or South American cleaners in a motel.
and interest in baseball.
Yeah, and interesting in baseball. That's it. So where has he gone? He's gone on the bus, and then it's quite good this bit because you don't recognize his straight. You just hear the pitch and the catch, the pitch and the catch, and then what's that? And then she kind of then slowly goes out, doesn't she, to meet the I can't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember the kids. Rigo. So she listens. Rigo Sanchez. So Sanchez, Peanut Boy. He's the guy. Yeah. So we see him early in the movie. Peanut Boy. He throws a great peanut. Throw. Oh my god, this is just like literally. This can write itself.
He's hitting so many strikes and so hard that the catcher can't keep catching, even though he's got to catch.
I like that. So yeah, the kid is like what he's like. What the kid who's the catcher is what 12 or 13.
Yeah, he's little. Yeah,
he's young and he's like that, and he's like, and he's boom, 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 and he's like, he's dum, dum, like he's precise. He's like, there it is, and it's clean. And I like that because I'm gonna quick it. You can see that it's just clean. It's clean. It's literally bang bang. So I like that moment of like, oh, she can see it, and then she goes, oh, do you mind if I take the mitt? Is that right? The mitt?
That's a mitt.
Yep.
Yes. There we go. Strike one. So she calls out, give me your fastball, and then bang, he strikes it. And then what is your favorite? And it's the curveball. And the curveball. And I'm guessing it's a good curveball from you guys, or does it look good on screen?
It looks good, and at least the camera work is following. This pitcher is throwing this ball all the way. There's no cut.
This guy can legitimately pitch.
This guy's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So is he a player? Is he or
probably he's probably got at least a background in in baseball because he's got pretty good form and he's throwing a nice pitch.
So so they go to, and then she calls, of course, Pete, John Goodman's character, and says, "I've got somebody to show you." And it's like it's not an open field. I can't just get him on the thing. And she's like, "You owe me one for getting like me looking after my dad for the last couple of days." So it's quite good that I like that. And then so they get to the next scenes of like what was it? Where is it? I can't remember it. So but they get to there we go. So they get to the tryouts, kind of. I suppose it's tryouts. The guy's been drafted, so he's
Media
not
day.
a
Yeah, it's just
tryer.
basically probably some kind of media day for a draft pick because
Yeah,
he's in
yeah.
the full setup here with his
Yeah, and
Braves
they
outfit.
show
So
him and
a few
some
soft
pictures.
pitches.
Yeah, and they're giving him, and he's just home run,
Right.
just hitting it over the bleachers. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the bleachers. So hitting over the bleachers, and then she goes, "Oh, I need someone to show you." So she introduced Rodriguez, Sanchez, Rodriguez Sanchez. Is that right? Yeah.
Rigo Sanchez.
Regis Sanchez, and then he literally showed me your fastball, and it boom, strike, bang, strike, bang, strike, and then they're like, wow, they all can hear, they can hear it as well, and they're like, show him the curve, and then he's literally bang, bang, bang. I like it when the Terminator, let's call him, is like he even knows it's coming
Yeah,
and he
can't hit
still
it.
can't hit it.
Can't hit it.
It's like he can't hit it. He can't hit it. He's like,
Mhm.
nope, that's not. Yeah, it's literally he is. Yeah, fastball you might be able to hit, you might be able to work out, but this curveball, bang, 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 bang. He just, I like it. It's a quite a good moment in the movie. I do like this.
So I figured they would wrap it up in this type of way. It just seemed like it was too convenient and too clunky to get there. Like the idea that she felt like so the whole scene where she finds Rigo and he's pitching, I kind of like how that plays out. And I like the concept of a story being about, a scout who's out looking for somebody, maybe feels like the prospect is supposed to be looking at, is they're missing out on some, or their last few prospects haven't worked out and they stumble across this diamond in a rough scenario. I kind of like a story like that and a movie that would be like that. It felt like the way they used it in this was just this really convenient little plot point to try to tie up him eventually being right about this kid with the curveball. Because the only setup you had for it was the random peanut thing in the beginning, and then you never hear of this kid again. And then he shows up just in time to tie a bow on the storyline of how do we expose the trouble with the curve. So it just felt too forced. However, I did like that scene in general, and I feel like if you gave me a movie based off that, expanding on that story, it would actually be pretty cool. I think it'd be, like a nice kind of out of nowhere.
It's heartwarming,
underdog.
isn't it?
Yeah,
it's very heartwarming.
There's
moment.
something to like about that scene. It's just I don't like how they used it as like a convenient plot kind of thing in this one. And then I will say the one thing I didn't love about how it plays out. Of course, I wanted to see Clint Eastwood be right and all that. I like the payoff in that sense. But I will say it was a little unrealistic to think that they would just like immediately deem this number one overall pick that they, or I guess wherever they ended up picking him because Boston had the number one, but to think that they would just deem him like a bust already because of one throwing session, on media days, like they wouldn't make that decision that quickly. They would just consider it like, oh, what are the odds? Bad showing, no big deal, first day jitters type of thing, and then move on and continue to invest in them. They wouldn't just decide that quickly, he's a bust, you're fired. It was definitely convenient to just kind of get the plot to where it needed to be.
Yep, they're gonna have, but they're mad because they're gonna have to invest more time in him. He's not gonna be the.
Yeah, right. That's what I think they said earlier, didn't they? Like, you don't want a number one. Yeah, it's a project.
Which
that's
would
like
be
second round pick. I'm guessing your first round pick is you've got like what year.
You're
getting,
exactly.
Like
your
first. I'm guessing like quickly. You get like in the drafts, I suppose, like that. Your first 10 ones, they go straight into the team. There's very rare.
They'll typically
need
still,
a couple of years.
They'll typically still start in AAA, but they'll go to that league, before just to kind of get their feet wet, get ready, get them going. Occasionally, you might see one go straight to the majors.
Yeah,
it's not
years.
They'll do a small stint there and then get it called up, or like Red Sox. Depends how young you pick them too. Like Red Sox have had one that's been in the farm system it was a high overall pick, but he was so young he had to stay down there for so long. So that kind of happens too. Like this kid in this movie, for example, being a high schooler, he would either probably continue and go on to a college, even though the draft rights would still be, to the team that drafted him, and develop that way, or go into the farm system immediately to start, spending a few years. Because if you're 18, you're not touching the majors till you're at least in your 20s, so you have a little ways to go. There's all these kind of weird. That's the kind of weird thing about the farm system and why it was developed the way it is that it fits a ton of different developmental needs.
So, apart from that, Sandy's going to go for the next cliche. Is we get after they go for the as the boardroom, I suppose, but not boardroom with the Terminator, Dirty Harry, all the rest of the 80s
Fred
movies.
Flintstone.
The Red Fred
Shaggy.
Flintstone. Shaggy is Shaggy gets fired by the Terminator after the kind of Mickey has kind of proven that she was right, and then you kind of get just a closeout scene, don't you? It's really just a closeout. Like he goes, we like there's a contract. I think we really said it about the contract ending. Like he's only got 3 months left in the contract as a scout, and then they go downstairs, and it's unbelievable. It's next like thing. It is
I
a
would
very
have never guessed it in a million.
yeah. It's like the only good thing is like the good cigar. So literally, I'm not even. So Mickey and Justin Timberlake's Johnny character have a little. It's romantic, but not romantic.
It wants
No,
to be
yeah.
romantic.
Yeah.
It really wants to be
Yeah.
romantic.
It's just corny. It's like I would wait for
it's
you,
cheesy.
blah blah blah, and I like
cheesy's a good
and
word.
yeah,
it's cheesy.
cheesy. Yeah, that is a good way. Like it's an end of like, there you go. They got together, a little bit of a kiss because she said I wouldn't kiss you, and they give it a kiss. If you actually look in the background, my girlfriend realised the guy with the papers, the security guard, would get looking over like that. It was more amusing. That's it. But good cigar. That's really it. And then he walks off and he goes, well, I'm guessing I'm getting the bus then. And Clint Eastwood walks off. End of the movie. Now, as it's the end, I'm going to now leave it to you guys. As now, if I have, I've never done this, so this is the first time. Is I'm going to give my score straight away, and then I'm going to let you two talk. Yeah. So I'm going to give this a solid 5. Now, why do I give it a this was my pick, and I'm only going to give it a 5. Reasons why: it's not an Oscar worthy, it's not the greatest sports movie. It's one of those movies where you sit back and you watch and you enjoy it, but you don't over enjoy it. It's one of those it's a good movie. It's a fun movie. It's not an amazing movie. It's a movie. It's a Saturday, as I said earlier, Saturday, Friday night. What's on to watch? This is on to watch. Ooh, I haven't watched this for a while. Oh, this is entertaining. It's an entertaining movie. That's what it's like. It's like a bog standard of things. The acting's quite well done. The script, it's not perfect, but it's well done. It's showing you what it needs to show. You can see the gaps. I'm guessing you two will, and Sandy, you're going to see the gaps and I think more. But it's a whole. It's a fun movie. It's just it's a movie. I can sit down and watch this. If it comes on again, I will watch it. Would I select to watch it? I probably wouldn't select to watch it in the things. But do I dislike the movie? I don't dislike the movie. But do I like the movie? Yes, I do. It's a good. And that's why I give it a strong 5. It's the things like it's not one of the greatest performances out of all the cast here, but it's an interesting one. And as an international one, I'm looking at it's a good movie because I don't think it gives it heavily driven that we have talked about probably more about by the American side of sports than the movie. I don't think it heavily is a baseball movie. It gives insight to it. That's me, Sandy. Oh no, sorry. I'm gonna actually. Should we leave Sandy? Oh no, go on, Sandy. You next. Go on.
Oh, I'm
Sandy.
sorry. I'd already started to put my.
There you go. You've
numbers
done
up
it. You've
on the
done it now.
screen.
You've done it now.
So before I give my recommendation and my score, This film was a box office bust. It had a budget of 30 million. It only made 48.9 million. In order to make money, it has to back in 2012 probably almost double or more than double the investment. So this even though the numbers are higher, it lost money. And I pulled, I always try to find some online criticism, to compare my own opinion with. And this quote from Peter Bradshaw, who is a film critic with The Guardian in your lovely country, the UK, his quote summed up exactly how I felt. This sentimental baseball movie is so formulaic, it looks as if it were written by a computer program because you have this subtext of, I want to call him Harry, of dirty, of Harry's way, of Gus's way, of doing the old school, reading the papers and actually looking at the players to assess their potential versus using the computer programs and this heavy duty reliance on statistics. It's exactly what happened in this movie. There were so many cliches, and I had started listing my cliches before I read his review, which also called out most of the cliches that I had pulled out. Everything from, again, the lights out while he's on the baseball field to visiting the mom's grave to her playing pool. All of that was just like, every time something happened to, to that effect, it was a little bit of cringe. I felt like the acting was a little subpar. I felt like I know John Goodman, as good as he is, he's capable of so much more. I was actually very disappointed in John Goodman in this film.
It's
Um,
unutilized, but what he does, I think, is okay.
yeah. I think there was a lot of exposition again in the film. If you have to tell each other things that you already know, then, it's not effective. Also, I think the film tries too hard, or let me say this. We're using the baseball scout as the position here, but I think we're leaning into what an agent would actually do versus a scout in some respects. We're talking about, we got to get this kid. Well, we got to get someone. There was even a comment like, "Oh, I hope we sign him." No, you're drafting him. Signing him is down to the agent, which we do see at the end when the Amy Adams character is, potentially going to be Rigo's agent. All of that said, I did prepare I am not going to read my essay. I just tore it and put it in the trash, but I do want to say one little bit of my essay because I think I've said just about everything here. My frustration. So I've spoken a lot about, girls who love baseball, but overall, and to be fair, I can't really over criticize this film because I don't think that there is a film out there that actually captures the real romance of baseball. The simplicity of the game, the crack of the bat, the squeak of a glove, the rattle of the cleats, the feel of the sweat trickling underneath your cap because when you're playing as a kid, it's like plastic. It's not a good ball cap. It's a plastic. It's got all of that. It's an experience that no one's been able to put on film yet. And some would argue that Field of Dreams is close. I hate Field of Dreams. I think the closest for me is The Sandlot when you talk about
That's what I think of, yeah.
kids playing baseball, and that James Earl Jones character in in Field of Dreams kind of gets it, but
it captures the great American pastime, I feel like.
It does. The other film that comes closest, I think, is Eight Men Out. Just in the and
Love that movie, not a baseball movie.
I do think Moneyball captures a bit of it. It's from a different angle, but I do think it's able to catch some part of the romance of baseball, but not the childhood side of like growing up with it side.
I think you're right, and I do think there are films that have little snippets of baseball in it that I think is that is good. Even A League of Their Own. I do like it, not because I'm a girl who played baseball, but because I understand the history around that time, and I think there are some really good performances there. But here's how
Gina Davis.
Yeah, my essay would have closed to say, I think Hollywood should just stop trying because I'm tired of seeing this on screen and it doesn't. We don't get it. Like we don't get it. Is it something about sports films? Is it? I don't know. Like, but if you can't adequately capture, I think the biggest failure of this film is I don't buy that Amy Adams knows anything or cares any bit about baseball. Yet, if I did believe that she cared anything about baseball, then I have to question why, because baseball's what took her dad away from her, and baseball's what made her the way she is, and this distance between them. There's just some incongruence there that I can't get over. So I do not recommend this film. I give this film a 3. This is the lowest that I've given a film. Obviously, it didn't win any awards. There are plenty of films where I do appreciate Clint Eastwood and his fantastic acting ability, as do I John Goodman. I actually think Justin Timberlake did a decent job. But overall, I'm glad that Film Club brings us these opportunities, because I do enjoy the process of reviewing and critiquing, and of reading other reviews, and of course of listening to the opinions of both of you. So Jay, what say you, Mr. Red Sox fan?
So
sorry. Before we do that,
Yep.
can I just do one thing? Because it's very important. Because we're getting to the end of the baseball. Can I just change?
Yeah.
Careful.
Of course. Well, now I don't feel bad about the review I'm about to give.
What time is it? Is there a game coming? Yeah, it's hockey time. It's hockey
There
time.
we go.
Boo, boo.
Hey.
Hey, give me a boo in chat. Come on.
Abe,
Oh, so much
Abe,
better.
we know what you're watching.
Good. Sorry, it had to be done. Sorry, Jay.
Well, now that nonsense is out of the way.
Okay.
Are they playing tonight? Or is this just a simple troll?
Saturday night, is it? Yeah, just simple troll, probably.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't even know if do I really want to see them playing tonight. I don't probably want to. Really.
Fair enough.
We're losing as bad as Mike Tyson.
Talk about something I wish I didn't watch.
Oh God, you didn't, did you?
Yeah, I couldn't help myself. I tuned in. It was what we should have all expected. A nearly 60-year-old man in a boxing ring. It was what we should have expected.
However, I take back what I said about there not being good sports movies. It's Rocky. I mean, for me, it's Rocky.
Yeah, but yeah.
It's end to end.
Slap
okay,
shot.
Jay, your turn.
Okay. Back to this one. So unfortunately, I did not really like this one either. I think writing wise, it was just a little all over the place. A lot of things felt too convenient and a little illogical. Characters I just didn't really care for. I couldn't connect with many of them. Like I could have honestly removed Justin Timberlake, the whole romance out of this, and let it have just been a father-daughter story. I did feel like it wasn't awful acting, but it wasn't the best. It felt like a little bit of just kind of going through the motions a bit for some of them. And just overall, a little too cheesy, and tonally, it felt like the tone was kind of all over the place, where it wanted to be a bit of a family drama, and then it's a bit of a rom-com, and then it takes this really dark turn to give their history a bit out of nowhere, and then back to kind of this find a diamond in the rough story they're going with. It just felt like it was all over the place and a little too convenient in terms of why it was all over the place. So unfortunately, it wasn't the best in my. Didn't really work for me the best, but I give it a 4. I don't think it was unwatchable, but I don't think it was particularly good. I did appreciate it as something a little bit lighthearted and a nice kind of change to some of the ones we've been watching. Nothing wrong with the tone that we've kind of been in, but it was nice to kind of just get an easy watch, because I think that's true. To Stacey's point, I think that's true about it. It's an easy watch. It's a fun watch. I think it's one of those types that, like, there's a few rom-coms from this era that for some reason, like, I like. I know it's not a good movie, but I like it. Just there's enough heart to it, enough lightheartedness to it that it can kind of click in a good way. There's one specifically I'm thinking of with like Katherine Heigl, where her and another guy, Josh Duhamel, I think, like have to raise a baby together that wasn't theirs. Can't remember the name of it for the life of me, but I remember watching it like on a Saturday, Friday, TBS. It's on TV and loving it. And I used to watch it every time it would come on. So I can see this being that type of movie for people. Would I recommend it as a movie outright? Probably not. But like I said, I don't think it was unwatchably bad. It's one that's going to have its audiences, and somewhere it's not.
Indeed. There you go. So like I say, like it's a low scoring one. It's a movie. I like that because I like you get them ones you like that you like it because it's just a movie. It's just like that. So that's why I put it on there. I think it was light-hearted. I like the debate about American sports. I think that is brilliant. I like that because I think I would like to see more, as I say, like people international, I suppose, like see it, and I see their division because you both are into the sport. I am not, and I see it slightly different. That's probably like not a higher score, I must say, and I didn't give it a high score at all. But I can see where we were different, and I could see where difference. If it was soccer, I suppose it would different as well as like, and I wonder if your numbers would go up if it wasn't the Atlanta Braves. Now, I'm not saying it if it was Baltimore, if it was Boston. I'm not saying I would. I
can tell you, I have no bias.
There you go.
I don't even like the A's, and I love Moneyball.
No, but I'm just saying. I just sort of like saying, like I always think, like you get nuance of your own brand, your own your sports, your club, your franchise, as you call it. I just love that. But yeah, it's a good one. It's not. I say it's not terrible. It's not like, oh my god, never watch that. It's not like
no, I would agree.
It's literally, if it's on TV, people, and you want to watch something, it's a very good one. It's a relaxing Friday. It's just for TV.
Like,
I would say,
it's like elevated jazz music. You know?
Yeah, 100%.
Somebody's favorite, but it's not going to offend you. You know, you can just kind of be on until some time.
That's the thing. Is like, it's where do you go? It's there. That's why I gave it a strong 5, because it's not it's not it's just like that. It's like that. It's not there to win awards, and it's not there to lose anybody's premise about like the actors or anything like that, because you can just like watch it and go, that was good. No, I really go. There's the movie I like, another sports movie I like when it comes on. I like New York Jets. What's it? Marky Mark.
Miracle. No, is it not Miracle? What do they call that one? It's the story of Vince Papale. It's the Eagles, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah. Oh, Eagles, is it?
God,
Eagles.
what's the name of that movie? I can't remember now.
You know what I'm on that.
It's just Vince Papale and his walk-on story from a tryout. Yeah, it's actually a really interesting story.
It's but in other words, you don't go to watch it. It's an interesting. It's there. It's meh. It's a meh movie. It's not bad. It ain't great. It's a 5.
And to be honest, that tends to be sports movies too. When you look back at it, you know, even the ones that we look back as like, you don't even remember the Titans, which was, I think everybody considers a good movie, or at least a solid movie at most. You know, I don't think anybody hates that movie. But even that, it's like, it's not one I go back to watch. You know, I'm trying to even think back.
Brian's song is a classic, right? The Gail Sayers story, Brian Piccolo, Gail Sayers friendship, and it's the classic. You know, when they talk about films, it is great, but you watch it once.
And do you guys like Escape from Victory?
We just call it Victory. It's not Escape. It's just Victory.
The only one I could say I go back and watch is Moneyball, just because I do love that movie.
Yeah.
Which one?
Moneyball. That's the only sports movie I can say I go back.
What is it called?
Moneyball, the Brad Pitt one.
Oh, Moneyball. Yeah. But that is high. Yeah.
That's the only one I can say I go back and watch multiple times. And like, if it's on and I flick through a channel or whatever, I'll stop to watch it.
Yeah.
I do really love that.
It's a very interesting, educational, heartwarming movie.
Yeah.
That's it.
It does.
You get you get your boxing movies. We've spoken about like you got your boxing movies.
Mhm.
You probably got Slapshot is a very good movie.
Mhm.
Like you go past that
Yeah, there's not.
there's not
There's
many,
not a
is there?
lot.
Like
Coach
Invictus,
Carter
Champ.
wasn't
I
bad.
think we said about Invictus the other day about a good like
Yes,
other sports stuff.
Invictus.
I've actually never seen that one, but I have heard it was solid.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Oh, you don't
okay.
like
I think it's good. I think it's good. It's still a 6. It's a
Raging
6.
Bull.
Yeah, Raging Bull. I
I'm
still
not
think
huge
it's
on
like
Raging Bull.
Raging Bull. No, I'm not. I'm not a fan of Raging Bull. I
No.
think what
Cinderella Man, Galadon just pointed out. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Russell
yeah.
Crowe.
This the thing is, like I always say, is and I can't remember who was it. There are good white boxer movies.
Apollo.
Like,
don't
I'm
don't
just
people
get-
like the Creed movies? I've
Yeah.
heard that those.
Yeah, but I
haven't
mean,
watched them, but
I'm
people
no,
like
but
those.
but they're good.
But they're
They
not
are
as
solid
good as
movies.
a Rocky
I'm on about
or
a Rocky, a
Mhm.
Rocky movie with a true black boxer, a true,
Mhm.
there needs to be like, okay, Mike Tyson just lost. What a crap.
A Tyson
Like,
biopic would be crazy
oh,
interesting. The guy, the life that
thank
guy's
you.
lived.
Thank you. Like you got about like you've got great heavyweights, middleweights, like even if like
Yeah.
like if you go
Evander
rugby.
Holyfield,
Oh.
Sugar Ray
Oh, you
Leonard.
know
I
what's
mean, there's
terrible?
so
The
many.
Blind Side. Don't talk about Baltimore.
Oh.
You know
Oh, yeah, the
It's
Michael
by the
Moore
way,
story.
it's just so not true, and he
Mm.
hates it. Everybody hates that film. Who the way he was portrayed is not the way his life was. Michael Orr,
Mhm.
true-ish inspired story,
Right.
and
I'm
I
gonna
think
put that.
Sandra Bullock
Ne-
won an Oscar for
Never
it. But,
saw Ali with I
oh,
hate
I
that
have not
movie.
either. With
Oh
I
my
like
god.
Will
Ali.
Smith.
I
Oh,
liked
oh,
Ali.
do you
But
like that movie?
I will
I
say,
hate it.
Stasis, I haven't watched it in a long time. When I watched it, it was shortly
Oh,
after
when
it came out
yeah.
during like Will Smith's prime. So
Yeah.
I was young.
Will
There's
Smith.
a chance.
Yeah, Will Smith.
Because I have always been say what you want about
Controversial is Will Smith
think
now.
he's
I
a
don't know,
great
but like that, like I good. I
I
didn't get.
I'd have
I
to
didn't like the
rewatch
movie.
it, honestly.
Yeah, I just thought like if me and Sandy do a Gettysburg movie, not Gettysburg, and then we go, it's so historically inaccurate. It makes him a 9 where he was a 2 in the movie. Like that
Mhm.
makes sense. Not what he accomplished boxing, but the backstory. He's a 2, and they make him a 9, and that's the problem I had that movie because they didn't. They just gave him They tried to do a biography about the person, but not about the mental aspect of what he was. They just went, "Oh, boxing made you great. The rest of it, you're good." And
Mhm.
classic Clay to hit Muhammad Ali. There's a lot of history there, and I think like that's where that movie completely goes wrong. It's
How is
just
that
like,
related to Gettysburg again? What did I miss?
I know. So I'm saying if we had a movie like Gettysburg that was completely
About
off
Muhammad Ali.
tangent,
Okay.
yeah, completely off tangent. No, if you had like something about Gettysburg, sorry, something
I
movie
got you.
about
I got you now.
Yeah. Okay. On that subject, I'm doing it because I want to Gettysburg now. So like we can just sit. Me and Jay can have a day off. You know what time it is.
Well, let's remember now. So the next one is 4 Weddings and a Funeral, which I'm really excited about.
Oh, that's right.
And
that's
then
right.
the following 2 weekends, I'm in the UK, and
we need to discuss. We'll discuss.
We'll have to figure out how we do this. Yeah.
If somebody gets their finger out, also, I don't know who.
I'm just doing so let me just say, so I'm just making all the arrangements, and you guys are going to have to deal with someone who doesn't live in London making arrangements in London.
That's okay.
Figure that
out.
Well,
you know what me and you've got planned, so that's fine. So
yeah, we just need to pick the day, and it can't be a day that it's closed.
Sorry, we're going off a little bit of topic here, but I'm okay. Sorry, we're blaming Mr. Porkchop. Just everybody.
Okay.
Sandy's blaming.
When in doubt.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Now, Sandy, what are you expecting? We've had your rom-com. So next is a very British rom-com next. So
Abe, we'll include you when we know where we're going, Abe. Of course we'll include you and everyone else, but we don't know where the hell we're going. So
I ain't gonna let him out.
Wandering around aimlessly.
Don't leave him in the cage.
So I keep saying Western. Like the last 3 times I've said Western, and now I'm not going to say Western and watch a Western.
Western. Oh, okay.
A
Oh,
Western, yeah. So
oh.
I'm gonna say, one that we were talking about, like something a little, a little lighter and a little fun. I think I put Young Frankenstein on here, which would be kind of cool. Um,
Yeah, it's gotta be.
so
Yeah.
yeah, a little bit of, Mel Brooks, Gene Wilder kind of fun. So yeah, Young Frankenstein.
Jay, go for it. Let's
So
say because Sandy's the only one who's picked it,
yeah,
named it, and done it.
It's gonna be a Western.
he's the only
So
one to
now
follow
it's
the plan so far. So I'm gonna go with
Dun, dun,
our
dun.
first
Oh.
animated movie, and I
Ooh.
think it's gonna be
yeah, we have.
Tarzan. I think that's what we're gonna land on.
Tarzan. Now I'm not. I'm just because the wheel gives it. What's it? 2 weeks time. I'm gonna go. It's gonna big us up with a non-conventional Christmas movie.
Mm.
I don't know what it is like. Oh, I can't. It's gonna be. It's gonna be something.
Die
Yeah,
Hard.
something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, non-conventional, but you know it as a
okay.
conventional. Yeah, kind of like that, non-conventional. Yeah. But is everybody ready?
I'm
Are you
ready.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. As I always, give my countdown. 5, 4, 3, Canadians, 2, Austin sucks, 1.
Yeah, Ben. I'm thinking Die Hard now, Ben.
Oh, what is it? Ooh,
Excellent.
It's a
You guys were
Sandy.
just talking about this one recently.
Excellent.
It's a Sandy. There you go.
So we get some
Alright.
Alec Baldwin action here, but we also get a side of is it Jack Lemmon? And oh my God, just some really, really amazing performances. Wow. This is a good one. This is a really good one.
This one I haven't watched in probably 20 years. I must say, probably plus. It'd be good. I no,
Al
I can't remember.
Pacino.
We have a
Jay,
lot of Al
have you
Pacinos.
seen
Yeah.
it?
I'm trying to think. I don't believe I've seen this one. I'm looking it up now to see if it's ringing a bell.
So I'm going to tell you 3 words: A, B, C. Always be closing. You'll
Now,
know.
what category?
So I know that
is this?
from
Is
being
this
referenced in the Office show,
Uh-huh.
but I don't know that I've seen this movie. No.
what is this? What category would we put this in?
The
I don't know.
leads are for the closers. If you're not a closer, you're not getting the lead.
Go on. What category would we put this in?
Drama.
Is it drama?
This is drama. And there's this whole genre around, I guess this is like 1970s. This is like the David Mamet and
Is it
Sidney
80s or
Lumet.
70s? 80s.
It's got to be the 70s. David Mamet and Sidney Lumet. You know, it's easy to remember Mamet and Lumet, but it's that whole genre of Glengarry Glen Ross, Network, The Graduate, all those kind of gritty drama. just that-
92. 92.
That can't be.
92.
I
This
think it was
movie.
like
Yeah.
the early
92.
80s.
I was there. I
Wow.
thought it was. Yeah.
But it's
Oh.
in that style. It's in that because I think this is a David Mamet play. It's in that style of like Network
Yeah, he wrote it. Yeah.
and The Graduate and all those. Yeah. So it was a play.
Yeah.
And it still is a play. And the 2 or 3 times ago when I was in London,
So
probably
I'm just
3.
so people who don't know this, you don't need to know this movie until I tell you this. Jonathan Pryce, Ed Harris, Alec Baldwin, Al Pacino, Jack Lemmon, Alan Arkin, Kevin Spacey. What?
Yep.
That is that.
Mhm.
That's it. So yeah.
So the
it's a-
stage play
Wow.
I saw was Christian Slater. And who's the Chris Martin, who's in some of your like mystery shows in the UK. He played a dopey kid on like My Family, but then he grew up into like those mystery shows like, Murder on an Island or something.
Oh, Abe go. Abe will know.
It was like 4 or 5 when I saw this on stage in London. It was 4 or 5 super A-list. And so Christian Slater played the Alec Baldwin character, and then Chris Martin played the Al Pacino. I'm sorry, yeah, played the Al Pacino character, and then I'm getting the playbill now, because I have it over here. It was amazing. It was such a good performance, and again, just like the cast that you just rattled off for the film, the stage play, the cast was unbelievable, and I even have like still
I
digging.
think Abe's getting a bit confused.
That's
Isn't
who
Chris
I thought
Martin?
No, Chris with a
of. The same
K.
thing, Abe.
Wait, what's his name? Hang on. My Family sitcom.
My family. I don't know
It's
who you're on
it's the
about.
one with Zoe Wanamaker.
Was he a bit like the gangly one? He's got a really gangly
Yes,
arm.
the goofball.
Oh,
Chris
no, well, he's not famous.
Marshall.
I
I'm
know.
so sorry. It's Chris Marshall. It's Chris
Oh.
Marshall. But he's playing he's playing a serious character in the stage play. So yeah, one of the better plays I've ever
How do
seen.
you know My Family in the UK though?
Because our public television, I told you, we
Oh,
get your
yeah,
sitcoms over here.
And EastEnders.
Oh, absolutely get the EastEnders. Absolutely. I'm trying to pull up the Christian Slater. So Stanley Townsend, who's also a big stage actor, and Don Warrington. Was really, really good cast. Anyway, so yay. Was really excited to watch this film.
Yeah, I don't think
So,
I've seen
I'm
this.
guessing
Pretty good
no, this
cast.
Yeah,
is
you're gonna like it. It's
Yeah.
well done.
yeah, it's a very movie. That's it. But yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, oh my god, if I remember off my top head, it's a very well acted movie. Even the Baldwin is acting very well.
Even the Baldwin.
the Baldwin, one of the Baldwins is acting very well. Yeah, this is it's a good one. It's a very hard drama, if I remember rightly.
It is. It's
no-
about
yeah.
getting older. It's what? It's not too different from the Sally character, right? The Jack Lemmon character that's getting, as you guys say, past it, is not very different from Gus in this film, right? Because there's a lot of the big theme is that he can't close the deal. The youngsters are coming and taking his work away, and so it's it's not too different. It's a little bit, it's quite sad, but it's all down to the writing. Just amazing.
That's safe. So I'm gonna guess next time we gotta have a J. You gotta have a
Yeah, I'm trying to think
You
what
gotta
my
pick-
last one was.
no.
Casino, I think.
Probably. There we go. 2 Sandys in a row. There we go. Ooh. That's the thing is, film clubs, we never know. And there's probably going to be a period of time, oh, this is why it happened. There's a reason why film club put this there and put it in front of us. But yeah, it's been good. Actually, I like the baseball talk, the American sports talk.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
So that's been a bit different. Hopefully, everybody in chat has enjoyed it. Sandy has got annoyed, pissed off, and loved it.
And Megan Rapinoe is going to come after me, I'm sure, for what I said about women's sports. But
but until I ask Sandy what's happening with your onto, can you do it one more time? Can you do the Baltimore pennant?
Boddicker, Davis, Flanagan, Martinez, McGregor, Palmer, Stewart, Stoddard, Dempsey, Nolan, Cruz, Murray, Ripken, Ayala.
Always good. On that note, Boston suck. Sorry, did I just
City of Champions? City of Champions.
It's like a swear word.
City of Champions.
That's the only thing me and
Canadians,
Sandy
not
got
so
in
much.
common. I can do it for ice hockey. Sandy can do it for baseball. But also Boston sucks.
Oh,
Sandy,
I've lost
no,
count
no,
of
no,
the
you can't
championships
talk.
in my
I'm muting.
lifetime.
No. Like I said, I don't hate Boston as much as I hate you gotta hate the Yankees.
Oh, everybody
I
hates the
don't
Yankees.
hate other teams. I dislike them. I don't root for them, but
It's
I
the evil empire. Everybody
hate
hates them.
That's the thing is, like, I've never. That's the thing is, like, it's really weird because European, I suppose. Like, I've never got into ice hockey. Ice hockey. I love ice hockey. I could watch ice hockey all day, every day, and I get it, and I get the Bruins, Canadians rivalry. I get it, and I'm like, and I think, but that's like the original six. Like that is like that.
Right.
But like, yeah, I feel like American football. If somebody like support a team, I'm like, I don't. I couldn't even name a player. That's the thing is, I couldn't even name. Like now, hold it. Old player, but he's still there.
Yeah.
Bryce.
Yeah, it's similar. I mean, I think it's difficult because like I like watching the EPL, but I can't really pick a team because there's no one I can really connect to. So I kind of just watch, whoever and see, keep up with the table, see who's going to win, all that kind of stuff.
I gotta send you some super hoops.
I can't there's no one I can really connect to as a team because I'm not from there. So I do think a lot of it is just rooted in, it's like you said earlier, the sport you watch with your parents growing up, your grandparents, your uncles, your aunts, whoever it may be that's into sports in your life. So much of our fandom is tied to those moments more than anything else, because the teams change, the players change, so much of it is tied to that. And I think it helps to be able to have some roots in these teams and these sports.
That's the thing is like, I think it is like, I remember the first time I went to Loftus Road, Queen's Park Rangers, with my stepdad. Is there was like this shit player. It was a terrible player. Gary Penrice, 1-0 Sheffield against Sheffield Wednesday, and I remember that goal. Because it was the first time, literally experiencing that. The crowd go and all that. And I remember it. We won 1-0. Gary Penrice, and if anybody who's in football, I'm like, who's Gary Penrice? They'd be like, oh no, who the hell is Gary? Like even Queen's Park Rangers fans would be like, who was Gary Penrice? It was like, yeah, they're like, it's just that that moment.
That was your memory.
That was my memory, like that. So yeah, it's like that. And I like there's oh my God, I've had more heartache, and I'm guessing you too. You've had more heartache, like that. My team's never gonna be, like we up there for a while, and it's just like it's the heartache of that. Like we have it worse, I'm guessing, in football because you get relegated.
Right.
When you get relegated, oh, that hurts. When you get knocked out of the FA Cup, that hurts. But like you've got a division thing, so it's like different. You're not getting to playoffs. That hurts. I always think that like I was like Canadians, right? When it hurts, you're like, oh my God, I'm not in the playoffs. Why don't we in the playoffs? It hurts, and it's like, but you get them moments, like, it's like silly moments, like like my girlfriend's a Bruin, and like we've had so many great the matchups when we're playing tonight. We're watching it, and like we've just had those ones where it's like 8, like Canadians have lost 8-4 or something like that. But the greatest thing was the goalies had a fight, and you remember the goalies. The best thing is like that. Ice hockey, 2 goalies having a fight is the best thing in the world. It's like that.
Because they got to take some stuff off. Got to pick stuff up just to be able to find a fit.
Yeah, but that's it. Like their moments, you're like they stick with you. They're like moments in like that. Like me and my girlfriend have the arguments now. Like with our kid, if he goes into ice hockey, who's he going to support? But we have the teams he will never be allowed to support. If he goes certain ways, okay, because we don't live in North America, we can deal with it. But there's certain teams, and I won't mention them now. One of them kind of about the Yankees, but one you will not. We're like no. But it's quite funny. Like you have that allegiances, and you're like no. But yeah, I like it about sports, and but sports is about I get like commissioning, like we call it like Man City, you call it the Plastic Club. Then people like the people who support them now, they're not the fans who brought up a main road now,
we
unfortunately.
call them,
and
Oh no, sorry. I was going to say we call them fair weather fans.
Yeah.
Bandwagon, fair weather. When things are good, they show up. When they're not, they're not. They're
Yeah,
not
but you
bothered.
get that, like you get the what we said about earlier, where you get the franchising moves
Excuse me.
to city.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
they're not the fans that now are supporting them, aren't the fans like like the Baltimore Ravens if they went to, I don't know, like I don't know, Tennessee, let's say, like that. The Tennessee people aren't going to be the original fans. It's just too far. You're probably going to get the die-hard, this is my club, or franchise, but they're not the original fans. And that's it. Like I always find that hard in my head to bounce off that into American sports. But
Mhm.
but anyway, on that, Jay, what you got coming up? We did, and I've not watched it. I've watched it. I've not watched your review of the Penguin. What else you got coming up?
That's a good question. I'm in the process of trying to come up with a few new video ideas because, just trying to try out some new content and a few different things to do in between reviewing things. But currently, Penguin review is out, so go check that out if you've watched the show. Spoiler alert!
It's a
I thought
good
it was
review.
brilliant.
That's a
Oh,
good
thank you. I
review.
appreciate it.
Good job.
I thought it was a really good show. Highly recommend it. But watch it. Check out the review. Outside of that, some more streaming coming up. Not exactly sure when. Hopefully, something with Batman tomorrow. But yeah, kind of popping up wherever I get the chance to. And then obviously, I'll be here again next week for what is it? Four weddings and a
Four
funeral.
weddings and a funeral.
Right. That's the next week.
Yay.
So we'll be here for that.
Sandy's British rom-com. Even my girlfriend was like, okay. That's a good one to watch. I'm like,
We'll watch that
okay.
one.
Yeah, okay. It's Jay, it's very girly.
I'm gonna see if my wife wants to watch with me. I think she'll enjoy it.
Oh, she'll love it. She'll
It is
love
very
it.
girly. It's
This
a
this is what I don't like. My
special.
girlfriend said as well. We don't get why Hugh Grant got that. Oh, Americans love Hugh Grant.
We love the accent.
Yeah,
Number one.
yeah.
See,
I
what
feel
you
like-
guys don't get is how much we love your. We call them our Brit boys. American girls have their Brit
Yeah.
boys. So I got my Brit boys. I got my Ken Branagh and Sam Neill, who actually are originally Irish, but whatever. And my Jude Law. And yeah, we all have our Brit boys.
I say, like, always. I always think it's like girls, like women, whatever, have that person. Like, oh, they're my the fave. And a lot of people have Hugh Grant up there, but he's not very good, not attractive. Now, I'm not going to out my girlfriend because she has an American that she knows. I always go, but why? But why?
Oh, now I need to know.
I know we might do it. But let's just say he was in Tremors. Anyway, on that note, I might. You have to look at it. So, on that note, as I just outed my girlfriend, sorry.
Abe.
Yeah.
You're hilarious.
Damn it. No. Oh, no. I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to jump in. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so busy. I'm sorry, guys. It's going to happen. But can I just leave on the fact that all Boston clubs suck? Thank you very much.
City of Champions.
No.